I guess my question to the plaintiff would be, are they putting in her notes or no?
I hadn't planned to. I can, if necessary, to orient her as to time. It's over 1,000 pages, and frankly, there are some objections that need to be dealt with on that. And so I chose to not put them in. I may refresh recollection if she cannot remember the date, the specific date she started and ended. That's the only thing I would use them for. It would be for refreshing the recollection of the witness and not as to any, and I would not move to admit them.
I know the court has the ability to show her a record without publishing to the jury. We will be moving to admit the Tampa General records in our case. The best I can do on cross-exam is just ask our technologist to be able to publish her records to her so I can ask her about the records without publishing them. But
well, I'm going to have to control the access. So before, if it's something that's not admitted, someone needs to let me know. And because the jury can see that public TV, I'm going to turn the public TV off and the jury feeds. I will leave the monitors for the lawyers and the witness. I mean, if you want to do a test, I can show you exactly, and then you can go verify in the clerk's box. Just put something up.
Clay, it would be defense exhibit, for example, 3047.
It doesn't matter what number. It just put something up, and then.
There you go.
Okay, so if the lawyers want to go look at the jury box, you can see that public TVs are off. Your TV should be on. The jury should be off. The witness should be on. Okay, so that's what I will do, but I just need someone to remind me at the specific time that it's not in evidence. Okay, what's next?
I think that's all for us right now, Judge. For the record, if we refresh, it would be it's defense exhibit 3047-1378 through 1384. That's the initial eval. And then 3047-1371-1377. And if we're going to do it, it would be 3052 to 3056.
We object to the piecemeal of the records for the benefit of counsel and the clerk of court. I mean, to be admitting records one at a time in 1,000-page documents.
I don't think he's admitting records. He was just telling you the records that he might use to refresh.
That's all I'm doing.
I apologize, Mr. Anderson. Okay. Sorry.
Do you need those numbers again?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
30. Let's see. First eval. Let me give them to you in order. The eval is at 3047-1378 through 1384, and then these are all by Marissa Higgins. And the next ones are 3047-1371 through 1377, and then 347-0051 through 0056.
Okay. Thank you.
So, with that, I think we're okay. I'm prepared, John.
The next topic, the jury was asking yesterday, and I think what they want to do is if we know there are days that we're not going to be here, give them an opportunity, like schedule doctor's appointments and whatnot. In going through the schedule, the only ones that I know are for certain would be the morning of October 18th, and perhaps that's an all-day.
What day of the week is that, Your Honor?
It's a Wednesday.
Judge, I do have my appointment in the afternoon. I could try to move it to the morning.
On the 18th?
On the 18th. They don't like to do it because it's a shorter treatment, and they like to do it in the afternoon.
Well, what?
I'm open to taking the whole day. By that point, I'll be flying in 2 or 3 doctors, including Eli Newberger. I'm trying to get him earlier, and I told y'all I was going to try to get him earlier. I got some issues, so I could use that day for planning purposes of travel.
18th.
18th of October.
Yes.
We're going to have no time.
I suspect we'll probably be in the defense's case by the 18th of October.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Yeah, if I can't get him in on time, I would like permission to put him on over. I'm doing everything I can to get him in earlier.
We'll deal with that issue later. Right this second, we're talking about days we know. So it sounds like October 18th, we'll just tell the jury that's the day that they can use to schedule doctor's appointments. And then I know for a fact November 3rd, and I highly suspect November 2nd. Those are the dates that I just know that we'd have to. But I didn't think of any other dates that were known we can't be here.
Wasn't there something about Friday, Judge?
November, well, that's the 6th. Next Friday?
Right, I thought you said that.
The afternoon.
Okay,
But I can do the morning.
okay.
And we definitely need to figure out next week's schedule as well. So you want to talk about next week's schedule now?
The best we can. Kelly, do we have anything we know for certain yet? Approved, not today. Do we? All right. This is going to be another by lunch. Do we have the list of probables? Are we having a hearing on Tuesday, Judge?
Well, that I anticipate us talking about the late disclosure issue, but I don't know if we're doing that at lunch, if we're doing it after evidence, if we're going to do it first thing in the morning. But I wasn't going to not bring the jury. I mean, I'm going to bring the jury. I will tell you, based on how we're going, I think it is okay if we have the jury not here 2 half days. So we know the afternoon of October 6th. So in my mind, the question is, do you all want a half day someplace else during that week, or just have the 6th as a complete day? And that's something you all need to talk amongst yourselves as to what makes sense.
Talk. The complete day.
I'm sorry?
I don't need to talk. I'd rather have the complete day.
You want the complete day, even though that means we'll do Monday through Thursday as full days. And then why don't you, Mr. Anderson, talk amongst your team and then let me know at lunchtime or after lunch your thoughts.
I would prefer, just knowing what I know now, to take an afternoon on Wednesday the 4th. Well, that'd take us 2 afternoons next week. In defense of that, I think we've been pretty good about bringing witnesses in, and it also gives the court, everyone else, some time about these depots. We haven't played a single depot yet, and we probably should look to do that. So I was thinking the afternoon of Wednesday the 4th.
Why don't you all talk at lunchtime and see if you come to an agreement? If not, I'll make the final decision.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, to recap, Judge, what I've got is that we're going to be off 10/18
All day.
all day, off November, probably second and certainly third. And then we're also going to be off at least in the morning of 10/6, or is it the afternoon of 10/6?
The afternoon. of
Afternoon
10-6.
10/6. And our option now is to do whole day off on 10/6 versus another half day somewhere.
Somewhere next week.
Somewhere next week. Okay. Okay.
And when I say off, when we talk about, that half day, we might end up having to do legal argument or something, but I'm telling about the jury.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I understand. And I've been asked to produce one of our doctors on Wednesday. If council wants the afternoon off, I'm assuming she'll need to be in the morning. As far as I know, that's fine. I just want to kind of throw that out there, that effect.
I can tell the court one thing. I'm going to likely put on either Maya or Jack Kowalski next week to have them fully prepped so it goes smoothly with the exhibits. I could really use either a full day or, and my problem with half days is, frankly, we get into it and it's a direct and a cross, and then the next thing you know it's 3 o'clock, and by the time we get home it's 4:30.
Based on how you all are coming, I am okay with 2 half days. I don't care so much if you want to put them as a full day or not, but I'm just trying to be, I don't want to say kind, but trying to be recognizing this is a marathon. You all have a lot of things going on, and I'm just trying to keep the case moving, but at the same time not wearing you all out that you become zombies.
I feel like,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Judge, this ship is sailed.
I finally agree
appreciate
with
the
counsel. Dr. Cantu's coming in on the 4th. Will he be here on the evening of the 3rd, or is he? Okay, so he'll be here the evening of the 3rd, so we will be putting him on the morning of the 4th, which is probably all we would do, I would think, because you'll have extensive cross.
Like I said, this is something you all can talk about over lunch. I am happy to do 2 half days or a full day. We don't have to. We can just do the afternoon of Friday, but I suspect both of you want that time.
I'm really a big fan of Friday afternoons off. I'm a
As
big fan of Fridays.
am I.
Which is why I love scheduling hearings on Fridays.
Motion
They're
calendar.
always at 1:30. I mean,
Usually 3:30 on a Friday.
I knew there was something going on there.
That's the old 13th Circuit motion calendar at 4 o'clock on Fridays.
I don't think it's just the 13th that does that. Anything else? Because it's almost the anointed hour.
Not from the plaintiffs.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Now this time,
Okay. And Madam Clerk, you're okay with the exception of you're waiting on those 2?
We have received them, Your Honor.
You received them?
Yes, Your Honor.
Great. And one thing I was thinking about is when you're receiving these flash drives, are you marking them such that they're, because once they go back to the jury,
There's several on one. I don't know if you want them to separate them or just leave it as
well,
is.
ultimately, if they're all admitted in the complete, then we're okay. But if there is an issue with one,
Then it's separate, Your Honor.
but the whole thing is, what if the jury, if they're not labeled on the physical flash drive, we're going to have to make sure that the jury has them labeled on the flash drive somehow.
Right, Your Honor. The defense did submitted the thumb drives with the exhibit number on the thumb drive itself, but the
Plaintiffs didn't do that. Well, we'll have to figure out how to
yeah.
get those marks so that when they go back to the jury, they're not messed up. Okay. My intent was to, when I bring in the jury, I'm going to read the instruction that we discussed at the end of the day yesterday, and then just go into the first witness.
I understand.
Anything before we bring the jury in? Let's bring in the jury. Hey everyone, please be seated. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Friday to you. Thank you. Hope you all got enough sugar back there this morning. You're welcome. I want to confirm that while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation. You received no information. Is that correct? Now, I just also want to confirm that since you were last with us, that you have not been approached by anyone about this case. Is that correct? Correct. And I want to confirm, since you were last with us, that you have not seen any sort of media coverage about this case. Is that correct? Okay. Members of the jury, I'm going to give you a instruction. I'll be doing this from time to time. During opening instructions, I told you that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital reported suspected child abuse to the Department of Children and Families in good faith, and that the hospital cannot be found liable in this case for having made that report. After that report was made, the Department of Children and Families filed an action against Jack and Maya Kowalski. In that action, the department obtained a court order from the dependency court authorizing the department to take custody of Maya Kowalski on October 13th, 2016 at 2:30 a.m. in the morning. The department's custody of Maya Kowalski was supervised by the dependency court in that case. The dependency court made the decision to keep Maya Kowalski at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital after October 13th, 2016. Only the dependency court was authorized to transfer or release Maya Kowalski from the hospital or to return custody of Maya Kowalski to her parents. You have heard witnesses suggest that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, quote, took, end quote, Maya Kowalski from her parents. Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital did not take custody of Maya Kowalski away from her parents on October 13, 2016, and Mr. Kowalski is not making a claim in this lawsuit that the hospital did. However, Mr. Kowalski claims that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital falsely imprisoned Maya Kowalski on 3 specific occasions. First, he claims that the hospital falsely imprisoned her for a period of time between October 7th, 2016, the first day that Maya Kowalski arrived at the hospital, until October 13th, 2016, when the dependency court's order gave custody to the department. Second, Mr. Kowalski claims that Maya Kowalski was falsely imprisoned between October 18th, 2016 and October 20th, 2016, when the hospital placed her in a room by herself and videotaped her for approximately 48 hours. Third, Mr. Kowalski claims that Maya Kowalski was falsely imprisoned on January 6, 2017, when hospital employees placed Maya Kowalski in a room, removed some of her clothing, and took photographs of her body. Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital denies that it falsely imprisoned Maya Kowalski on those 3 occasions. These 3 false imprisonment claims are not claims about Maya Kowalski's custody and are not impacted by the dependency court's custody order. The plaintiff's claims for medical malpractice or battery are not affected by the dependency court's order. Okay, having given you that instruction, plaintiffs, call your witness, please.
Plaintiffs call Marissa Higgins.
I'm not sure I understand your signals.
I'll raise it later. Thank you.
Stand here, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
This way.
Good morning.
Those are the folks you're going to want to talk to here. Please state your name for the record.
Marissa Higgins.
And where do you live?
I live in Gainesville, Florida.
And how long have you lived there?
4 years and 4 months.
Where were you born?
Concord, Massachusetts.
Okay. How did you end up in Florida?
My mom moved me down when I was 12 to live closer to my grandmother.
In today's standards, that makes you a native.
Exactly. It's been a long time.
All right. So you went to school down here, and what did you eventually become, profession-wise?
Doctor of Physical Therapy.
Okay. And in this period, well, tell us a little bit about your background, training, and experience then towards achieving your doctorate in physical therapy.
I went to University of Florida for my bachelor's. I majored in applied physiology and kinesiology. During that time, I also played collegiate lacrosse, so I had a very strong pull towards the body and whatnot. In addition to that, I also was very interested in chronic pain and helping patients that had experiences with depression resulting from chronic pain.
Okay. And after that, did you pursue any additional degrees, or?
I received my doctorate of physical therapy, but in addition to that, I have increased specialties. I'm a certified brain injury specialist, a board pediatric specialist, and neonatal touch and massage specialist for premature babies.
Now, I want to take you back, if we can, to the summer of 2016. And at some point, you were Maya Kowalski's physical therapist?
I think it was 2015, yes,
15,
sir.
I'm sorry, 2015. Okay, you know this better than I do. And so I wanted to ask you whether you were the person that made the initial inpatient rehab physical therapy evaluation on July 31st?
I believe that was the date, but yes, I did do her initial evaluation with Maya, and her dad was there as well.
Now, if it would be difficult for you to remember each and every part of this, or would it be difficult for you to remember each and every part of this without seeing it?
I would prefer to see it if possible,
All right.
but...
Would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
May I approach you? Or we can put it up, I mean.
Well, if you've got it there, you can just approach.
That's right, I can't put it.
Thank you very much.
Was that the evaluation?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, just for the purposes of the record, can we identify what the base number of the date is that you showed?
I know it's 3047. I don't. Can you read on the bottom? It says Exhibit 3047.
-1378.
Yes, and then the last page.
The last page says Defense Exhibit 30471384.
Oh, that's right. I was just reminded that we can publish to her and counsel, and that way I will know what I'm talking about.
You can do it by the paper or you can do it electronically, whichever way you want to do it.
Okay. So I want to take you through this a little bit, and we can publish to those that can receive it right now.
Wait a second. Are you showing a document that's in evidence or not in evidence?
This is not in evidence.
Okay.
Your Honor. It's purely for the...
So members, hold on a second. Okay, members of the jury, since the document's not in evidence, I'm turning your screens off. So that's the reason why you're not going to be able to see anything. You can proceed at this point.
So, tell us about the first time you met Maya.
Maya came in and her father was there. I can remember doing the assessment on the therapy mat in our gym. And overall, she presented with significant weakness throughout her, not only her legs, but her upper extremities, her arms as well. Maya had significant discomfort with movement through her knees and ankles. In addition to that, she was very apprehensive in regards to someone else initiating movement due to the significant discomfort.
Now, through this examination, from time to time, the jury will see Maya moving her arms and legs. In terms of CRPS, paralysis is not one of the elements, is it?
No, sir. And
She can move. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
interrupted you.
I was just saying, and it can be very inconsistent, the presentation, just due to the symptoms that are experienced day by day.
And did you observe this throughout the time that you took care of her?
Yes, sir. There were days where she felt much better than other days, and the days that she wasn't feeling well, she really did struggle and experience discomfort during her sessions.
Okay. I'd like to show you what has been marked as Trial Exhibit 2529-035. And this is in evidence, Your Honor.
Is in evidence?
It is in evidence.
Mr. Rice, take down the other document first.
Yes, sir. Just a moment.
Yeah, it says 035, 25, 2903. I think it's... Okay. Now, when you first saw Maya, this is a photo taken right around that date. Did she appear to be in significant... Well, maybe this was later because she's got the boots on. Did she appear to be in significant pain?
Yes, sir.
And what were the ways, can you tell the jury, you could tell that?
She was 9, so crying, saying that she was in pain. Occasionally she would writhe in pain. And just the fact that she was limited from doing the activities that a normal 9-year-old would want to participate because she was nervous about experiencing increased discomfort.
So did you observe instances where you would move to touch Maya and she would shrink away or otherwise react?
Yes, sir.
Did she have good days and bad days?
Yes, sir.
Okay, take the jury through, if we can, your initial assessment, what you did, how you did it.
Well, first I wanted to get to know Maya, so I would ask her questions about previous to this exacerbation or the hospitalization, things that she enjoyed. She was very quick to tell me she was going into 4th grade, but it was much more like going into 5th grade because she was in advanced. And she just showed her personality like any other 9-year-old during that. And then from there, I did a range of motion assessment, seeing how much she would let me move her hips, her knees, her ankles, while monitoring her for pain. And then in addition to that, I did a strength assessment of those various muscle groups throughout her hips, knees, ankles, etc. The way that we split up with our therapy, in that facility was PTs would typically take a look at the lower body, so legs essentially and trunk, and then OTs would focus on what's more called fine motor skills, so more the hands and the arm movements. So in addition to that, each evaluation with patients at TGH, I would look at their ability to perform mobility, so rolling, sitting, seeing if she could stand, walk, and transfer from an object like a bed to wheelchair, wheelchair to mat, etc. And then just looking at the assessment here, just because it has been 8 years, it looks like she was able to have trace movements through her legs. So if you think of, if you were to go do like a bicep contraction where you feel the muscle, but not necessarily active movement, that was happening around in her ankles, where you could kind of feel the muscles going like they wanted to, but they were inhibited by the discomfort and the pain. And then some hip movement, like able to move through partial range, but not against gravity. So if you think of, if you were laying flat on a bed and I asked you to, well, sorry, that one is a 1, so never mind. If you were laying on your side on a bed and I asked you to kick your leg, she would be able to move that a tiny bit, but if I asked her to lay on her back and kick up, she was unable to do that. So that's called anti-gravity movement. So did that answer your question? I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I wanted to then show you, well, let me ask you, did you then begin your inpatient therapy?
Yes, sir.
And can you remember everything that went on in that, or would you need assistance to do that?
I mean, by everything, you mean 24/7, I would need assistance.
Everything you
yes,
did.
sir.
Would this refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Why don't you tell Mr. Shapiro or
Yes.
show him what you're going to show the witness?
As previously. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you.
So let's tell the jury, that was almost the same day, or was it the same day that you did the,
The day that I met her was the day that I did the initial evaluation.
and so then this was the first actual visit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Explain to the jury what you did and how she reacted to that.
So I overtalked the first round, so I apologize. But so I did the strength assessment, the range of motion assessment, and with that, she was experiencing discomfort, especially through her ankles and knees. So I was unable to get her to her full range of motion of her ankles. So if you think of standing up, how your feet are able to go into kind of a 90-degree angle, she was unable to achieve that because she was so limited by pain. I do recall that she was tearful during this first time, which is fairly common because she's in a new environment and you have people that you don't know or trust yet moving you, and she's experiencing pain.
Let me then, so how long did the physical therapy last?
That session or for,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to look at this real quick. Usually they were about 45 minutes. It was 30 minutes for the evaluation.
Got it. So let me show you then, and this is in evidence, Your Honor. Well, let's make sure I got the right one here. This is in evidence as 2529-025. And if we could display it, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
So you should be able to see it there. And I'm old school with it. Okay. I will, for the record there on the bottom left-hand corner, there is a timestamp. And what is that? Can you see?
August 6, 2015.
Okay. And so this was what, about a week after you started? 8 or 9 days?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How was Maya doing around this time? I see she's not got boots yet, but tell the jury what you were doing with her and how she was doing.
So over time during that week, it came to my attention that she had significant discomfort with weight bearing through her legs, so standing up, putting weight through her feet. So I tried to change up the activities to enable her to elicit some leg strengthening to the best of our abilities with making it as less painful, to decrease the pain as much as possible. So in this particular instance, what I'm doing is I positioned a table with a fun game off to the side to enable her to lean to the side to elicit what's called a righting reaction or an equilibrium reaction. So basically, with that, if you were to get kind of pushed over to the side, if you were going to get pushed over to the side, the first thing that happens is that your trunk engages, and then by that means your hip and leg will contract as well. So I was able to get her to strengthen through her quads and her hips and her trunk muscles in a way that decreased pain and decreased fear as well, because it's critical with pediatric patients to make it a comfortable environment and to build rapport with them as well.
So let me then show you trial exhibit 2529. I can't see the last numbers. This one, can you all make that out? It's hard to see on here.
23? Yeah, it's 23, Greg.
23. And it's in evidence, Your Honor. May we publish it to the jury?
You may.
Well, it looks like we have. Okay, so here, explain what's going on, what's she trying to do?
I don't believe this is my session. However, this is called an upper body ergometer on our Motomed unit. So I believe what was happening here was that she was using the arm cycle to help get movement through her arms, to help with blood flow, help with strengthening, etc. You can see kind of with her hand placement there that she wasn't able to fully grasp it due to pain, due to weakness. But I believe that this session was focused on that, to just try to help with endurance in any way possible, as well as seeing what strength we could get.
Now, had you seen that expression on her face previously or after?
Yes, sir.
Is that an indication from your experience with Maya that this was what you would call a bad day?
Yes, sir.
And on those bad days, was her ability to be touched affected?
Yes, sir.
And how about her overall presentation? Was she, appearing to be less functional on those days?
Yes, sir.
What did you notice on the off days then, that overall about Maya's attempts to recover?
They were limited. She was experiencing pain. She was sad. She was frustrated. And that had tremendous impacts on her abilities to participate.
Okay. And then I'll show you what's, let's see when that one is. I'll show you one more. It's on trial exhibit 2529-026, and it's dated August 10th. It's in evidence. May it be published?
If it's in evidence, yes.
Okay, so again, you can see on the bottom here, it's 8/10/215, around the same time. And what are we trying to do here? Particularly, what is that on her legs?
Okay, so she's in a Riften gait trainer, and on her legs, it looks as if we have the PRAFOs, PRAFOs on their positioning devices for the lower extremities. And because she had the weakness and that fact that she couldn't really achieve that neutral positioning through her ankles, we wanted to make sure that her ankles were well supported so that we wouldn't experience ankle sprains with weight-bearing activities, so putting weight through the feet. So if you think of kind of like a rollerblade or a ski boot, it helps secure laterally to prevent her ankle from rolling. And then she's on a weight-bearing support harness, and then she can weight bear through her arms through those upper extremity supports as well.
All right, well, close then to that time. Let me show you, I want to get into the boots.
Yes, sir.
When Maya arrived, did she display dystonia, and you're obviously with the feet turned in?
let me
This is
consult.
before she started with you.
Right. I remember that she definitely experienced plantar flexion where they're pointing down. I'm just going to look at this real quick. And she was unable to tolerate foot flat positioning and sitting. With that, so yeah, so her feet were definitely pointing down.
Okay. Let me show you then what's been marked as trial exhibit 2529-031. A few days later, August 8th, 2014, may be published.
Is it in evidence?
It's in evidence.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what's on her feet here?
Those are those Prefos that I mentioned before.
Did she like those or not like those?
She did not like those.
She complained they hurt.
Yes, sir.
But what were they designed to do?
Prevent injury and prevent further contracture development. So she did not like them, but I did not want her to get injured. So it was the lesser of two discomforts.
Right. Was her foot then trying to turn one way and the boots were holding him another way?
Yes, in a more neutral alignment.
Now, by this point, had it become clear to you whether Maya was sincerely trying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd like to show a short video from that same day, Exhibit 2658. It is a video of August 14th, 2015, and we'll play it, and then I'd like to have you then tell the jury what your impressions are, what was going on by this about midpoint.
Yes, sir.
May we publish?
You may.
You didn't even move 5 inches. Come on.
You can do it. You can do it.
Move. Come on.
Come on, righty.
Giddy up.
There she goes. She's
Giddy up. Hurry up. Hurry up.
There she goes.
Come on. Giddy up.
Are we help right there?
Giddy up.
Okay, come on, left.
Lefty, come on. Let's go. We're gonna have a moment. Come on, you'll get a break. You don't believe me? Well, too bad. Let's go.
Come on, left. Come on, bring her forward, bring her forward, bring her. There it is. That was great, Maya.
What is this going on?
Come on, come on.
Love it.
Yeah. Very good. Very
job, Maya.
Go lefty.
Very-
Giddy up, Percy.
good. Giddy up, Percy.
Giddy up. You don't believe me?
I do.
Come
Let's
on.
go, let's go.
Good, good, good.
Woo!
Good.
Good. That's it. Maya, that's awesome.
Very good.
Okay.
You almost by mommy. Almost there.
I was going to tilt her that way.
Yeah.
There we go. Here we go. Whew.
You both are getting a workout, aren't you?
Yes.
Do you want me to put the stool close by you, Marissa?
You know what? We are almost here. Well,
Okay.
I can make it. I can make it.
All right.
We can make it. Let's go, Lefty. Come on, Lefty.
Go.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on, Lefty. Just go forward. Go forward.
Okay, pick it up. Good.
Is that straightened on your own?
That was good.
Can you press up a little bit for me?
Giddy up, Percy. Go.
There you go.
Come on, righty.
Come on. You're doing it.
Toes forward. Toes forward. There you go. All right. Come on, Lefty.
Come on. Move it. It's not going. What's my fault?
You got it. You got it.
Talk it to it. Come on, you gotta talk it out.
Go. Go, go, go.
You got it. You got it. Nice and tall. Nice and tall.
Spank the horsey on the butt.
There you go. There she is. Nice job.
Sorry, Maya. Trying to get the best position here. Here you go. You got it.
Go. You delete it right after I see it.
Okay.
Nope, toes forward, toes forward.
There you
Good
go.
job.
All right.
Here we go, Maya.
Done.
Done?
Oh no, we have 5 more feet. Here we go.
Go, go,
Come on.
go. Go.
Come on, Maya. Bring her forward. There she goes. Keep going, keep going.
Pull it up.
There we go. Pull, 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 pull. You got it. Kick, kick, kick.
Pull it up. Good. Pull it up. You're almost there. Almost.
She's coming. Come on.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
There we go.
Oh, very good. Very good. Keep going.
Keep going. A little bit further. A
Kick
little
it
bit
up.
further. Kick, 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 kick.
Kick to the front.
I can do it anymore.
Are you sure? Can we try one more step? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, a few questions. First, does this indicate that Maya was, in your opinion, trying as hard as she could?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, who took the video? Do you recall?
Yes.
Who was that?
Maya's mom, Beata.
Okay. I noticed that Maya, when you were walking with her, her shirt came up a little bit and she immediately pulled it down. Was she pretty, as a 9-year-old, I guess, was she pretty body conscious in terms of displaying? And
I believe so.
well, you weren't standing in front of her, obviously.
Right.
So. Okay. Now let's talk about Beata. She was encouraging Maya during the times that she was there?
Yes, sir.
How often was she there? Or is it mostly Jack? I don't know.
It was a combination of the two. I don't know the exact number of sessions I worked with Beata, but I do know that I met her multiple times.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with her?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to explain Maya's progress?
Yes, sir.
And through the course of your back and forth, can you tell us whether Beata appeared to be normal? Like, that's a bad word. Whether Beata was first conversant with her daughter's condition, she knew what it was and challenges.
Yes, sir. She.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. And had you been involved in terms of working with a lot of parents before this?
Some parents before this, yes,
Okay.
but lots since.
All right. Well, based on your experience both before and after, was Beata acting appropriately under those situations?
Yes, she appeared to be a loving mom that was invested in the health of her daughter.
Okay. And did she have any hesitation to encourage Maya, as we saw there?
No, sir.
I'm going to show you then Exhibit 260, and I'm not sure again. Oh, this is another video of August 27th, 2015. But before we do that, I just showed you that about, I think, the midpoint. So by the midpoint of her therapy, how is she doing?
There were good days and bad days, but as you could see in there, that while it wasn't necessarily pretty or how we walk, we were at least able to progress to the point where we could get upright, that we could try to get more and more weight bearing through the legs and trying to progress towards the activities of daily living. So I would say from that July 31st date to that, I believe it was August 14th date,
Right.
that there was progress. Yes, sir.
Was this a difficult case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For a variety of reasons.
Yes, sir. She had a lot of pain and discomfort.
Right. And so then, did you continue with the boots throughout the remainder of her time there?
During that time, I believe I had a discussion with Beata during one of the first sessions where I had met her, and she had asked about the boots for positioning. And from there, we developed a schedule for her to wear them throughout the day as tolerated. And then she would wear them as tolerated during therapy sessions.
Okay, I want to go back to an exhibit we've previously shown the jury, but I think I had the timing wrong. This is trial exhibit 25229-035. And I believe the date of this is approximately the 20th or so. Now, were there days where Maya had an extremely difficult time with the therapy and wearing the boots?
Yes, sir.
All right. And during those days, would she be allowed to recover a little bit?
I think with that, I think it depended largely on the therapist. For inpatient rehab, she had to have, I think, about 3 hours of therapy each day. So that would usually be about 2 PT sessions, 2 OT sessions. So I think it was largely dependent on each specialist that would see her. I can speak for myself, where if she had a more difficult day, that I would try to focus on the things that we could accomplish versus the things that would cause more discomfort and trauma.
So was this inpatient care?
Yes, sir, inpatient rehab.
So she was there at the
She
hospital.
was living in the hospital at this time.
And were her parents constantly there to support her after, and the times when you weren't in therapy, I don't know if you know or not, but from what you saw, were her parents consistently with her to try to support her, one or the other?
I think they were there as much as possible. I know that she had a younger sibling at home as well, and they had jobs. But I would say in comparison to maybe some other patients that I had, her parents were there more frequently.
Okay, now I'm going to show you a video a little later on towards the end there, and it's exhibit 2660. It's taken August 27th, 2015, excuse me, and it's in evidence. May we play it, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's short.
Oh, nice.
So by the end here, had she made some progress?
Yes, sir.
All right, so it looks like she was using her upper body fairly well.
Yes, sir, and her trunk.
But were you able to get her out of the wheelchair?
I think for that session, I think there were some sessions that I focused more in sitting. There were sessions that I focused more in standing. So I think with that one, I was trying to play as well for strengthening.
I'm not so worried about the therapy part.
Yes.
The fact that by the end of this, despite your best efforts, was Maya still in a wheelchair?
Yes, sir.
She still could not stand?
Not without copious amounts of assistance.
And so soon after that, her stay ended?
Yes, sir.
And so overall,
Pardon me.
then, from your perspective, having worked with her for a month inpatient, was Maya Kowalski suffering from any unusual or difficult personality traits that made you think perhaps there was something wrong mentally?
Object beyond the scope, and that's the objection in lack of foundation.
Beyond the scope.
I'm going to sustain it.
Let me rephrase.
Yes, sir.
What, if anything, did you notice about Maya Kowalski's mental status in terms of friendliness, outgoing, and ability to relate?
Maya was a highly motivated, intelligent young woman who was eager to participate as tolerated. Mm-hmm. She was friendly. She would laugh. She had similar interests to other 9-year-olds her age. I would say in comparison to other 9-year-olds that I have met, besides being maybe more intelligent, she is fairly similar.
Was she in the Hopkins stage yet, or was that later?
I don't understand.
A little bit.
Okay.
And Beata Kowalski, from your interactions with you, was there anything that put you on guard that perhaps there was something, ulterior motives or something going on with Beata Kowalski that concerned you?
Objection beyond the qualifications of this witness.
Lay.
I'm going to overrule the objection. The answer stands.
No, sir.
One moment, Your Honor. Make sure I do my job. Your witness. Should I even try to repair this?
Yeah, that's fine.
Did it just get worse?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
There's a lot of dates thrown around this courtroom, so I'm going to try to orient you. The time for which Maya was at Tampa General was July 31st, 2015 through August 26th, 2015.
He just said the 27th a second ago.
Okay. I'll show you the record, I promise you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So I'll represent to you that she was admitted on July 30th, 2015. Okay. This is not yet an evidence, although I suspect it will be. But I would ask.
Move to strike editorial.
This is not yet an evidence, but it would help to refresh your recollection if I showed you your therapy note from the first day that you saw her.
I have it right here.
Okay.
But yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, wait a second. If she has it, then I don't have to do the...
So your first note was the first full day of the hospitalization, July 31st, 2015. Is that right?
I believe that to be true.
Okay. Do you have at the bottom what's labeled defense exhibit? Well, is the first page of your note show a note that says inpatient rehab physical therapy, today's date 7/31/2015, defense exhibit 440? Is that your first page?
My first page, can I give you the bottom numbers of it?
Sure.
Okay, defense exhibit 3047-1378.
Okay, so we're on a different page. Your Honor, if I could have Clay publish just to the witness 3047-0440, please.
You can put it up now.
Okay. This is your note? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The referring physician is Dr. Kornberg, correct?
Yes, sir.
And who is Dr. Kornberg?
He was the physiatrist at Tampa General Hospital.
Okay. Is he sort of overseeing your therapy?
He's our referring doctor, and we would update him.
Okay. Let me, Clay, if you could go to Defense Exhibit 3047-442. And then part of your therapy sessions, you would make notes about how Maya's doing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So let me direct your attention to where you have a comment under Other. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You wrote that Maya was unable to isolate contractions during testing, but demonstrated increased functional strength when performing activities subconsciously.
Yes, sir.
So let me ask you this. When you asked Maya to do something, is it true that she told you she couldn't, but when she was distracted, you noted that she could?
I don't believe she told me she couldn't. I think what happened with that is that when you try to isolate a muscle, it is hard to physically do it. However, when you're able to overpower with momentum or able to do it when it's a bigger, more integrated task within the body, it can occur.
Okay. You noticed that Maya was able to do things subconsciously, had greater abilities subconsciously at this visit than when she was conscious of it. Is that true?
Objection.
Overruled.
With that, it was like what I was explaining earlier on the therapy ball, when working on things like writing reactions, which are reflexes within the body. reflexes are able to be elicited more readily.
Okay. Let me ask you about, and you were her therapist throughout the whole hospitalization.
On the days that I worked, yes,
Okay.
sir.
So let me ask you about a note from about a week later on August 6, 2015, and that will be Defense Exhibit 3047-344. You list comorbidities for the patient. What do you mean by comorbidities in general? What's a comorbidity?
Comorbidities are just things that you're experiencing. So it can be pain, it can be decreased range of motion, things like that.
What did you chart as a physical therapist? You have to also chart what might be a barrier to discharge. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what did you chart on August 6, 2015 as a barrier to discharge?
It appears that I put attitude of family, attitude of self, comorbidities, but these were links that carried over from other therapists as well.
Okay. So is what you're telling this jury, both from other therapists and what you put in, that one of the barriers to Maya going home was the attitude of Maya and the attitude of her family?
In terms of limitations due to pain.
Okay. And then let me ask you about another record that you wrote on August 11th, 2015, which is at 3047-288. Again, just turning to the part where you were doing transfers, you also noted that there were inconsistencies during treatments when asked to perform weight shifting with the trunk. Is that right?
Where does it say this?
On the top part where it says patient demonstrated inconsistencies during treatments when asked to perform weight shifting with the trunk.
Yes, she had good experiences, bad experiences.
Okay. Well, you also wrote on the next section, wheelchair training and management.
Mm-hmm.
You wrote, you attempted to perform wheelchair training during physical therapy. Maya demonstrated difficulty using bilateral upper extremities to propel wheelchair forward, despite being able to maneuver her wheelchair around obstacles previously. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then on on the next page, 289, again, one of the barriers to discharge was attitude of family and attitude of self.
Again, this carried over.
Okay. And then again, let me ask you about 247. Actually, let me ask you about, let me ask you about 145 and 146. Let's start at Defense Exhibit 145. So again, you were asked a question about mom being present during your therapy. Do you remember a time when mom was asked to leave the hospital?
I do not recall that.
Okay. Do you remember psychiatry or psychology be involved in that decision?
I don't remember the decision in which you're speaking of.
Okay. Do you remember whether Tampa General also put Maya on video monitoring?
I do remember that.
Okay. Were you part of that decision?
No, sir.
Do you remember why?
I believe she had an instance where she fell out of bed and they wanted to make sure she was safe.
Okay. Let me ask you, so we'll just fast forward to the end because it looks like you were her therapist all the way through. Actually, I'm going to ask you about one more note and then we'll get there.
Yes, sir.
Let's put up Defense Exhibit 3047145. And I'll represent to you, this was a progress note on August 21st, 2015. This is your note?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Clay, we'll go to the bottom where it says Other. You wrote, patient stood in standard for the duration of physical therapy, that she participated in games involving her bilateral upper extremity coordination as well as reaching. She demonstrated improved tolerance to standing as well as weight. And then if, Clay, you go to the next page. 146. And at the top, with weight bearing throughout her bilateral ankles, Maya did not report increased pain or discomfort in the ankles through the entire session, but when the patient's mother entered the gym, her complaints of pain increased in frequency. Is that right?
It appears to be so.
Okay. And then you were her therapist on the last day of discharge, so we'll go to 3047-73. And just one last question for you. Again, you said it carried over right through the day of discharge. Tampa General in their therapy notes, including yours, wrote one of the barriers to Maya going home was the attitude of the family and the attitude of Maya. Is that right?
It appears to be so.
Okay. One moment here. You recommended Maya continue with intensive physical therapy after discharge?
Yes, sir.
And that would be important for somebody like Maya?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know how often she went to physical therapy after she left?
I had no contact with Maya since the day she discharged.
Okay. That's all. I appreciate your time.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
When Maya came in, did you receive records from other hospitals, including Johns Hopkins, All Children's Hospital?
We received a discharge summary from wherever she was admitted from. I don't recall if it was All Children's or St. Joe's. It was one of the local hospitals.
Okay. And when there is a suggestion of, or a whatever you want to call it, working diagnosis, whatever, is it carried over into the Tampa General records?
Oftentimes, yes.
And does that tend to influence the perspective of those watching the patient, in this case Maya?
Oftentimes, yes.
So if presented with a narrative about a child, have you found in your career that oftentimes the narrative is completely false?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. You can answer.
Thank you. Can you repeat the question?
Have you found in your career that these narratives that appear from other hospitals, doctors, whatever, are in many cases false?
Yes, I think people have biases that they act on. Yes, sir.
From what you saw, felt, heard, sensed with this family, particularly Maya and Beata, did you see any indications whatsoever of anything unusual that would put you on guard to think there was something wrong there?
That calls for a legal conclusion.
Wrong?
Was on guard was what you said?
I'm not
Let's
sure.
ask the question again.
All right. From everything you felt, heard, saw with this family, did you note anything, whether you put it down or not, that indicated to you that there was a concern for something not right with the family?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. You can answer that.
No, sir.
Your witness.
Just one redirect, Your Honor. Just one question, if I may.
Yes.
Your notes, the ones you entered in the record, those were made on your independent observations and conclusions after spending time with Maya. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you expected, based on what you saw, the progress that Tampa General made with Maya, that she would continue to improve. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Members of the jury, at this point in time, do you have any questions? Can I have the attorneys come up? Okay, ma'am. The jury had a few questions.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever observe times when you could not touch Maya or assess Maya due to pain, for example, in her legs or arms, etc.?
There were instances where she was experiencing so much discomfort that I had to shift my therapy sessions so that I would not have to touch her legs. So then I would focus on other things like core strengthening or something along those lines, or shift it more to a play activity to where I could possibly get some strengthening without physically having to touch her.
The next question. As a therapist, why did you continue to document a barrier for discharge attitude of patient and attitude of family? Could you have changed that and not carried that over?
Because I was a young therapist and did not pay attention to the hyperlink that went through. So some of those that have the long lists, it was if one person touched it, it changed it for everybody. And it was something that I must have missed during that time. And I apologize for that.
Plaintiffs, do you have any follow-up questions based on the jury's questions?
As a young therapist, then, you were under the direction of others at the hospital, is that right?
I practice under my own license, but did I experience mentorship? Yes.
Okay. And so sometimes other therapists or doctors would enter things in the notes that you did not necessarily agree with.
In their notes, yes. And within the therapy team, sometimes, like with the hyperlinks, those carried through.
Understood.
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. The video that the jury saw with Maya slapping her legs, getting up horsey, hitting her leg with the gate belt, that wasn't uncommon for her to encourage herself that way, was it?
I don't believe it was uncommon.
Okay. Talking about the note, just so the jury's clear on this, the vast majority of your note is your writing.
So where it says the things like general observations, let me see if this is the eval or the treatment note. Also, excuse me, I haven't worked at Tampa General for 4 years and 4 months, so give me a second.
I might be able to redirect you to the question I'm getting
Thank
at.
you, I appreciate it.
No problem. I know this is probably not the most fun day. What you're telling the jury about the barriers to discharge, some other therapist noted that and put it in the record, and you just didn't change it?
It appears that way, sir.
Okay, I appreciate your time.
Members of the jury, are there any further questions? Okay, we've got another question coming. Okay, ma'am, there's a few more questions.
Yes, sir.
Please describe the difference between a diagnosis and a narrative.
In our instances in this field right here, or like at Tampa General, the working diagnosis that we would work with was whatever Dr. Kornberg, our physiatrist, provided. I would just like to look at the notes too, if you don't mind for a second. In addition to that, I'm so sorry, PT diagnosis. So in terms of PT diagnosis, I would also go into more depth of their impairments that are observable. So for example, in her treatment note that I have here, or in her eval that I have here, I believe that I put, these were very lengthy notes, a PT diagnosis: impaired strength, impaired range of motion, impaired balance. And then as far as narratives, that's how I try to describe what I'm seeing so that I can write more of an assessment over time. So for example, PT diagnosis: decreased range of motion. Our ankles aren't moving as far. Decreased strength. We're having trouble moving against gravity. Increased pain. We're having pain with our activities. My narratives then would go into more of my treatment sessions, or kind of what I'm seeing. How is the body positioned? How does she have to move her body to get other parts of her body to move? How is she presenting overall? What's her posture? things like that. So I would say my narrative more goes into, okay, let me take this snapshot of what I'm seeing in this moment, whereas my diagnosis is some of the things that are staying consistent throughout, the things that are maybe that are causing the how I'm creating the narrative. I'm sorry, I'm fumbling on my words.
The next question, when differentiating between a narrative and diagnosis, is that distinction made only in hindsight?
I don't believe so. I think a lot of the times it's coming during the session as well that I'm taking the diagnoses, like I said before, and those are in my mind as I'm treating. So I'm looking at this decreased range of motion, the pain, the decreased strength, and then I'm looking at, okay, how can I adapt this to help her? And then that's where the narration is coming into play.
Plaintiffs, any further questions?
I think when
Yay.
there are two types of narrative. One is where you've dictated in what your notes are, and another one is from the course.
Object to the leading, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase. So the narrative, in terms of narrative, what you were testifying to was your narration into your records of what you saw. Would that stated?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize there's another definition of narration? Or I'm not even talking about narration. Narrative, which means there is a
Object
trick.
to the leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Right. Do you know the term narrative as it relates to a stream of facts, not yours, but that are passed
Objection to
on?
the narrative, the leading, Your Honor.
Can he rephrase the question?
Okay, this is what we're going to do. I agree with Mr. Shapiro. Sustain the objection. Why don't you ask it? Try it one more time, and if not, you need to move on.
What narrative are you talking about versus the other narrative, and explain?
The narrative I am talking about is my the objective things that I'm seeing in a session. And the other narrative, I think I'm missing the understanding of maybe what the question was. I'm sorry.
It was not a very good question. Let me try one more time. Are you familiar with the passing along of facts without verification from one hospital to another without
Mr. Anderson,
verification?
Mr. Anderson, I agree with Mr. Shapiro.
Have you,
I get it now. Is that fair? Can I?
what about the other narration? Is that better?
One's objective, one's subjective. I would say what I was saying was subjective reaction to what I'm seeing in a session, whereas the narration that might go through like are biases that people share from time to time. So what I was talking about was concrete facts of what I was seeing from Maya during the session, as opposed to relying on maybe people's biases that have been shared from time to time and things like that.
Thank you.
Mr. Shapiro,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
members of the jury, I think there was another question.
Yes, let's go.
I think there's only one question this time.
Wow.
Were there times when Maya experienced heightened pain when not in her mother's presence?
Yes.
Plaintiff,
Sir.
Plaintiffs,
And ma'am.
any further questions?
None for plaintiff.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, any further questions?
You sure?
May this jury. May this jury. I appreciate that. Ma'am, you're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
Is she released from subpoenas and all that?
Very much so.
Okay. You might want to leave quickly. Obviously, we're all laughing, and when the transcript reads, I don't know what it's going to read like, but there were a lot of laughters in the last few moments. Okay. Plans, is your next witness going to be more than 15 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, I think this is a good time for us to take a morning break. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. One other thing before you leave. There was a question from one of the jurors about this morning's instruction, and in due course, we will be addressing that, but not right this second. Okay. Have a good break.
All right.
Please be seated. It seems like we have several members of our jury that might need to audition for McCurdy's comedy club. Are there any issues we need to address before we leave?
None by plaintiff.
No, just, Mr. Anderson, do you know who you're calling next?
Oh, is it bar or
Yeah,
Spiegel?
bar.
Bar.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, let's try to keep this to about 10 minutes, 10-minute break. Okay, please be seated, everybody. There are issues that we need to address.
Not issues, but I think we have an agreement about the day off next week. I just didn't know when you wanted to tell the jury so they can know that before lunch.
Well, what is the agreement?
Both sides would prefer to take Friday off as opposed to 2 afternoons.
So all day on October 6th, all day October 18th. I will tell them all day on November 3rd and possibly November 2nd. I'll tell them before they run to lunch, so if they need to start scheduling appointments or whatnot, they can do that.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Judge, we would like to publish one admission on a response to plaintiff Maya Kowalski's request for admission. DIN number, I never find that, but it was e-filed on 5/28/2020.
We can show it to Your Honor.
Or I could just read it.
Well,
I didn't know if you wanted to give an instruction or not.
Publish, Your Honor.
why don't you put it up on the screen?
I'm sorry, just number one?
No, there's two. There's two.
There are?
They're largely the same, but there's two.
Oh. There are.
You did say one.
You did say one. It's the only thing I saw.
The plea.
I'm just going to stand up and read it.
Okay, because the style is the old style.
Oh, I'm not going to worry about I'm just going to say defendants, Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
Let me see, is there an instruction I need to give before the publishing of a request for admission?
I haven't seen a standard one, Your Honor. It's usually something similar to the depot where you tell them what it is. Maybe they came out with one and I'm behind the times.
Judge, for the record, we object to the relevance. I'm not clear on exactly what the purpose of this is at this point.
Well, this is akin to a stipulation, essentially. It's an admitted fact.
There's no question it's a fact. The question is whether it's a relevant fact.
That a pediatric neurologist never evaluated Maya to rule out whether she had CRPS. That's not relevant in this case about CRPS.
As to All Children's Hospital, we believe so. But again, I'm unclear on what the purpose of it is with this witness, or perhaps counsel's just publishing it now.
I'd like to publish it in the middle.
Well, I feel like I need to give it some type of instruction to explain what's.
Want us to come up with one?
Well, I'm looking over at Mr. Altenburn.
Isn't there a standard on this?
Well,
There isn't a standard on admissions, Your Honor. It's in 301.1, it appears to be E.
for the stipulations.
It says, well, right under stipulations D, and what I'm looking at, E is admissions, and since it's applicable to all parties, it reads members of the jury. John Hopkins All Children's Hospital has admitted certain facts. You must accept these facts.
Say this is admitted. Read it.
That's what I'm going to do.
So don't I read this?
Yes. That's the normal process.
I don't.
In fact,
Sure, I'd love the court to read
we
it.
normally read the admission as well. The lawyers.
I think I'm supposed to read the admission.
You're supposed to read the whole 9 yards. Is what the jury instruction committee.
Give it to him. May I approach you?
Yes.
I got the admission right here. So I'm gonna search for it.
I know it's there.
Yeah, actually, Mr. Whitney, what din did you say it was?
Do we know what den it is?
I'm just making the font a little bit bigger.
891, Your Honor.
Okay, so to recap, I'm going to read members of the jury. The parties have admitted certain facts. You must accept these facts as true. And then I'm going to say that during Maya's sheltering at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital from October 2016 through January 2017, a pediatric neurologist never evaluated Maya to rule out whether Maya had reflex sympathetic dystrophy or a variant of complex regional pain syndrome. Also, during Maya's sheltering at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital from October 2016 through January 2017, a pediatric neurologist never worked with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital to rule out whether Maya had reflex sympathetic dystrophy or a variant of complex regional pain syndrome. Okay, so that's what I will do. Anything else? There we go. I'm just bumping up the font. There we go. And how long do you anticipate this witness to last?
I hope to do in 30 to 40 minutes on direct, Your Honor.
And then are we looking to take lunch after this witness, or is there another witness after this witness?
We thought if we can get this thing done, we would give the jury the option, but I would think they would probably want to burn on through because the next one, we're doing Barr first or Spiegel?
Barr first and Spiegel.
Barr and Spiegel. The next one should be about the same amount of time. Barr did and maybe a little less because Spiegel just did the barometrics and Barr only saw her once. So they're not.
I don't mind taking the jury to lunch at 12:30, but if it looks like it's going to be much beyond 12:30, I'll call it after the first witness, and then we'll take lunch.
Okay.
Okay. So let's bring in the jury. Okay, everyone, please be seated. Okay, members of the jury, I want to confirm while you were away on break, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation, and you received no information. Is that all correct? I also want to confirm on break you were not approached by anyone about this case. and that you, while on break, saw no media coverage about this case. Is that correct? Okay, members of the jury, the parties have agreed to certain facts. You must accept these facts as true. 1, that during Maya's sheltering at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital from October 2016 through January 2017, a pediatric neurologist never evaluated Maya to rule out whether Maya had reflex sympathetic dystrophy or a variant of complex regional pain syndrome. 2, that during Maya's sheltering at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital from October 2016 through January 2017, a pediatric neurologist never worked with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital to rule out whether Maya had reflex sympathetic dystrophy or a variant of complex regional pain syndrome. Okay. And that concludes the reading. Now we're going to move on to our next witness.
Plaintiff's call, Dr. Carl Barr.
Dr. Carl Barr.
Doctor, if you'll stand here, face down and clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do. That's what, please.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Carl Robert Barr.
And Dr. Barr, have you been called here today as a pediatric neurologist?
Yes, that's correct.
And have you been called here today to testify about your interactions with the Kowalski family
Yes, I have.
and your treatment of Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
I have your CV here. I'd like to start with your background, training, and experience. If you could just give the jury the benefit of your education through medical school.
I received a Navy scholarship to go to medical school, and I attended Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine from 1990 to 1994. And then following that, I went back on active duty and did a medical internship at National Naval Medical Center, Bethesda, Maryland. It was a transitional internship and also met the requirements for internal medicine. Following that, I did a adult neurology residency at, it was changed from to National Capital Consortium for Graduate Medical Education, which combined the training programs at Walter Reed Army Medical Center, National Naval Medical Center, and Malcolm Groh Air Force Hospital at Andrews Air Force Base. So I completed 3-year adult neurology residency program, and I was fortunate to be accepted to go into a child neurology program at Walter Reed Medical Center, which I did 2 years of training in pediatrics and child neurology.
Can I stop you there for a moment, Dr. Barr? During your child neurology training at Walter Reed,
Yes, sir.
would you give the jury an idea of some of the types of conditions that you treated?
Well, Walter Reed was the preeminent hospital for the Army system, and so we received patients from all over the world that had numerous rare and challenging conditions, many metabolic disorders, a lot of peripheral nerve disorders, head injuries, the whole gamut of of child neurology, basically.
Would you characterize complex regional pain syndrome as a peripheral nerve disorder?
When you look at the definition and the condition, often it starts as a peripheral nerve disorder, but it presents challenges because it often spreads and does not confine itself to a single dermatome. And over time, you get what we call central sensitization, which means you have changes within the central nervous system that kind of perpetuate the pain syndrome in the way it's perceived.
All right. I stopped you midstream there. If you were talking about your child neurology training at Walter Reed, if you could continue with your background training.
So while I was at Walter Reed, I had the opportunity to do training at the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology and Neurologic Disorders. I also did time at Johns Hopkins program at Kennedy Krieger Institute, which dealt with a lot of unusual and metabolic disorders. And I also did rotations at a clinic for special children, which was run by the Amish in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and dealt with a number of autosomal recessive disorders that occur within the Amish community.
After your time at Walter Reed, was there further training?
After Walter Reed, I went to be the child neurologist for Naval Medical Center in Portsmouth, Virginia. There's always training going on. I mean, I've done training in providing botulinum toxin treatments for
Let me ask you the question this way.
Sure.
You mentioned an adult neurology residency, and then your time at Walter Reed was focused on child neurology. Any other residencies or fellowships that the jury should be aware of? All right. And you were active duty Navy?
Yes, I was.
What was your highest rank in the Navy?
I was a lieutenant commander when I retired.
And then you went into private practice following the Navy?
Yes, I did.
And how long have you been in private practice as a child neurologist?
Since 2004.
So almost 20 years.
Yes.
I see that your private practice includes management of neuropathies and neuropathic pain.
Correct.
Is complex regional pain syndrome a type of neuropathic pain disorder?
Yes, it is.
Would you explain a little bit about complex regional pain syndrome and how it is a neuropathic pain disorder?
So when we look at pain, we look at primarily two types. There's somatic pain, which is the typical pain that you have when you have an injury, and you're able to basically point to where the injury is, and that's where the pain is, right? But neuropathic pain is difficult. It's often a poorly localized pain, which means it's not confined to an area of injury, and it's not something that you can easily just point to and say this is where it hurts. It's more like a generalized ache, and it can be exacerbated by different changes in, sometimes changes in temperature, sometimes changes in activity levels, etc. But the key feature of it is it's not easily localizable, that you can kind of say this is where the pain's coming from, and it is something that is difficult to describe often. Right?
Well, let me ask you another question, and this is going to be challenging maybe.
Okay.
As succinctly as you can,
all right.
Can you define what a neuropathic pain condition is?
Well, it's any number of pain conditions where you have neuropathic type pain.
What does neuropathic mean?
Well, neuropathic pain, as I said, is not, so when you look at the nervous system, it's highly organized, and the nerves have different areas that they will innervate, and so that's where the pain comes from, right? So it's all anatomically based within the brain. So your brain knows, I cut my finger, it hurts here, right? Neuropathic pain, you can't do that. The pain is just there. And it's not like a sharp pain often. Sometimes it's more like an ache. Sometimes it's a burning sensation. That's just the nature of neuropathic pain.
All right. Was there a point at which you became board certified in neurology?
I completed my board certification in 2002.
Was that while you were still on active duty?
Yes.
And just briefly, you deployed Operation Iraqi Freedom as part of the Navy?
Yes, I did.
And during that time, you gained some familiarity with post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes, I did.
And have you been board certified in neurology since 2002?
Board certified in neurology with special qualification in child neurology.
All right, so there's a special qualification in child neurology.
Correct.
You and I have met on how many occasions before today?
Before today, once.
We're paying you for your time this morning?
Yes, you are.
All right. Would you describe for the jury, please, your experience in treating complex regional pain syndrome?
Well, complex regional pain syndrome is relatively uncommon in children. It's probably only about 5 to 7% of cases, so it's not very common. And overall, in the general public, it's 5 to 6 cases per 100,000. So it's not a real common illness or abnormality. But so it's not seen in children. I've had probably half a dozen cases over the 20-some years that I've been practicing, and it's not a very pleasing kind of a diagnosis to make for somebody because it's unpredictable and often can continue for long periods of time.
Do you have an estimation of how many patients with complex regional pain syndrome you've treated over the course of your career?
Counting adults, probably 20 to 25.
So is it true that you're familiar with the condition, but perhaps it's not the focus of your practice?
That is correct.
All right. Did there come a time in 2016, early 2016, that you met the Kowalski family?
Yes, I saw Maya and her mother at the office on February 12th, 2016, I think.
Good memory. I'd like to publish for the witness and the jury Exhibit 1039-0016, which is an evidence.
If it's in evidence, you can present it.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Barr. At the top here, just to orient the jury, we have Florida Child Neurology as the header. Is that your private practice at the time?
That is correct.
And we can see the second block of text there. Maya Kowalski was the patient.
Yes.
And as you just mentioned, this first visit was on February 12th, 2016, about a third of the way down on the page, right?
Correct.
Can we put up the timeline focused on this spring period, please? You know, we have a demonstrative aid. We have agreement from the Defense Counsel to publish. So the jury has been swimming in dates throughout this trial. So I'm just going to display a timeline and ask for your assistance in locating February 12th, 2016 on this timeline.
Sir, I'm actually going to take it down for a moment and recycle it to see if I can get the public gallery TVs back up. You know, when in doubt, reboot. Try that now.
All right. So you can see, Dr. Barr, the timeline begins on the left-hand side on November 4th, 2015, and ends on the right side at March 3rd, 2016. And this is a partial timeline of what we've been talking about in this courtroom for the past week or two. Is it true that your interaction with the Kowalski family would have come just after the next to last entry there of an endocrinology visit to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
That is correct.
All right. Well, can we go back to Exhibit 1039-0016, please? And just keep that handy, please. The timeline will ask you to go back and forth. All right, Doctor. I'd like to, first, before I go there, who was in your office on February 12, 2016 from the Kowalski family?
It was just myself and her mother and Maya.
Can we, just for a moment, put up a photograph previously admitted 2528-124? Do you recognize?
Yes, I do.
And who's in this photograph?
This Beato is the mother standing on the my left, and then Maya, much younger, is on her mother's left.
And when Maya presented in your office, was she standing like this, or was she in a wheelchair?
No, she was in a wheelchair.
Have you seen Maya Kowalski since your visit with her in 2016?
No, just now.
All right. You can take that down and back to 1039-0016. So my understanding is that this is your primary note because it was only your only personal interaction with this family. Is that correct?
As far as I recall, yes.
All right. What was your impression of Beata Kowalski upon first meeting her?
She was very. She was, in her mannerism, she was very direct in her speech. She had an idea of what she was coming to the office to try to achieve, and she was, like I said, direct, but overall pleasant. She was not inappropriate at all. It was a very typical conversation that we had.
Did her behavior seem appropriate for a parent of a sick child?
Yes, she was very concerned. She wanted to do whatever she could to help Maya. She had some experience with ketamine in the past, and she was looking to see whether I might be able to help her arrange to continue Maya having ketamine coma treatment. I told her that was outside of the scope of my practice, and I didn't know of anyone in the area that would provide that service, but I told them that I would check to see whether I could arrange it, because it would have to be an inpatient service and done by anesthesia or someone who had familiarity with it.
So if I understood your testimony, Beata was a good historian of Maya's medical history?
Yes, she seemed to be very...
Check the leading judge.
Overruled that one.
Did Beata Kowalski relate to you the course of Maya's prior treatment with complex regional pain syndrome?
Yes, she did.
And if we look here, for example, at the first large paragraph here, it says, Dr. Kirkpatrick believes that the RSD was caused by a right ankle injury Maya sustained during gymnastics in April 2015. Do you see that, Doctor?
Yes, I do.
And the source of that information would have been Beata Kowalski's knowledge and what she told you?
Correct.
All right. And if you look through the paragraph here, about halfway down, she also relayed to you that Maya had received treatment in Mexico.
That is correct.
And what did she report to you about how Maya progressed after the treatment in Mexico?
That she initially did well, but then her pain returned.
All right. And when she talked about the pain returning, I'm in the second to last sentence of the paragraph. Where did she say that pain typically originated?
Most of the pain was in her legs, but she, like as I stated previously, it was poorly localizable. She had pain, she said, all over. So.
Mm-hmm. And did Maya Kowalski, also relate to you other treatments that they were providing for their daughter?
Just treatment with Dr. Hanna, who was continuing ketamine.
If you look at the last paragraph here, the second sentence regarding physical therapy and pool therapy.
Correct.
And this is, again, source of your knowledge of this was Maya Kowalski.
Correct.
And her reports of Maya's history.
Correct.
All right. You can leave that up for now. But the question, Doctor, is, if I understood your earlier testimony, Maya Kowalski came in and relayed that Maya had received ketamine treatments and was receiving ketamine treatments.
Correct.
Did you have a different recommendation for Maya Kowalski?
After we initially discussed the ketamine coma, and as I stated, I told her that was outside of my scope of practice, but I would check to see whether it was available with I worked in both Advent Health System and Orlando Health System. So I made inquiries whether or not anyone would be willing to provide it, because I didn't have the knowledge to do that, and it would require support. When you put someone in a coma, they have to be continually monitored, respirations and other body functions. So it had to be done within a hospital, and so I couldn't find anybody that could do that. So I then suggested, because she had had a history of multiple infections when she was younger, respiratory primarily, and there was some question of whether or not she had an immune deficiency, which could be an underlying cause for her pain. I suggested that we might try IVIG, which she had been treated with previously and had some benefit from.
All right. If you would talk to the jury and define IVIG, this is, I think, maybe the first time they're hearing this treatment.
Sure. Intravenous immune globulin is IVIG. And what it is immunoglobulin proteins that are separated from the blood of multiple donors. So you're basically collecting all of the donor pool's antibodies. And that is purified and then reconstituted and administered to the patient for a multitude of different conditions. And it's been found to be effective in a lot of these inflammatory type of problems. So it's relatively low risk and possibly high reward type of a treatment.
Had you previously treated complex regional pain syndrome patients with IVIG?
I have, and it's been varying results, which is common for treatments for complex regional pain syndrome.
Complex regional pain syndrome, is there a cure for this disease?
No.
There are only treatments, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that the treatment of complex regional pain syndrome is trial and error?
Yes, that's true.
Sustained.
Fine. And so, did you recommend IVIG treatments to Maya Kowalski?
I did.
And was she receptive to that idea?
She was.
Did you refer Maya and Beata out for those treatments elsewhere?
We made arrangements for them to be performed at Arnold Palmer Hospital.
All right. And did they subsequently go to Arnold Palmer Hospital for the IVIG treatments?
They did go there for treatment.
Were you involved in that hospitalization or the administration of those treatments at the hospital?
I did not see her in that hospitalization.
I think it might be true that at some point after 2016, you became affiliated with Arnold Palmer Hospital System. Is that correct?
In 2021.
All right. But at that time, you had no employment or relationship with Arnold Palmer. Is that right?
No, I was private practice.
All right. Can we put up for a moment Joint Exhibit 1001-1316? Dr. Barr, what I have put up before you here, and if we could highlight the last order on the page there, it says order start date October 17, 2016. Perfect. This is a Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital record from the time of Maya's 3.5-month admission. Would you please indicate what this order is for?
So it's for IVIG infusion by protocol. And let me see. So she was receiving 25 grams, which would have been 1 gram per kilogram. And then it has instructions for the infusion rate.
So does it appear from this record that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital administered IVIG while Maya was hospitalized?
Object to form, Your Honor. It's leading the witness, and there's been no predicate laid this witness.
We'll sustain.
You can take it down. What did Maya Kowalski report back to you, if anything, regarding the effectiveness of the IVIG treatment?
She had received IVIG and felt that it was beneficial, but it took approximately 2 weeks for them to see the improvement, and then it was wearing off quickly. So she had requested whether we could change the infusion spacing to every 3 weeks instead of every 4 weeks.
Was that what was the nature of that request? 3 weeks versus 4 weeks.
Well, she had contacted our office and she spoke to one of my nurse practitioners, and then we discussed it. And initially I had told the mother, or through my nurse practitioner, that I wanted to see Maya again in the office before I made changes. And we did it was difficult for them to come because it was a 2.5-hour drive. And so after some discussion and consideration, we changed the infusion interval to every 3 weeks instead of every 4.
And the IVIG treatments, were those covered by insurance?
They were.
Was there any sort of insurance impediment to switching the frequency of those treatments?
Well, so we were able to get the IVIG infusions approved for her hypogammaglobulinemia, so her low immune system problem. So whenever I do a treatment course, for insurance purposes, you always have to show that you're maintaining management of the situation. So that's why when we were going to make a change, I wanted to reevaluate Maya more for insurance purposes rather than because there was any doubt about what Mom was reporting. So it's just something that I commonly do. You have to, if you're doing a treatment, you have to make sure that you're evaluating the patient.
All right. If we could put up 1039-0004. And doctor, I'll direct your attention to the date towards the top of the page. It looks to be a phone note from July 28, 2016. Do you see that?
I do.
And so, is it true that over the course of 2016, Beata was in touch with your office?
That is correct.
And the jury will have an opportunity to review this note, but down below, does it discuss her request for a more frequent interval from 4 weeks to 3 weeks?
Yes, it does.
And what did Beata Kowalski, if you could highlight the 4 sentences of this second to last paragraph, they have been videotaping, that sentence there. What did Beata Kowalski report to you about Maya's improvements, if anything?
She stated that they travel 2.5 hours and have to stay overnight to come to an appointment. She is wondering if the IVIG can be moved from 4 weeks to 3-week intervals. They have noticed improvement for 2 to 3 weeks following the infusion and felt it really was helping her symptoms. They have been videotaping and documenting her improvements.
All right.
So she started physical therapy last week and is getting physical therapy twice per week.
Doctor, so your office was in touch with Beata Kowalski regarding Maya Kowalski's treatment for approximately 6 months.
Correct.
And you had this treating physician relationship with the family?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to now put up Joint Exhibit 1046-0001, which was previously admitted. Doctor, have you had an opportunity to review the report of James Lewis, the clinical neuropsychologist, as it states there at the top?
Yes, I have.
If you would turn to page 5 of the report, please. And the 4th paragraph from the bottom that begins all of this testing information, if you would highlight that and blow it up for the jury and the witness. Doctor,
Okay.
before I get to this, did Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, after October 7th, 2016, in the period between October 7th, 2016 and January 13th, 2017, ever contact you as a pediatric neurologist?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. If you read here from the neuropsychologist report from DCF, what is he directing Johns Hopkins to do?
Judge, I object. The document speaks for itself. He's asking one witness to comment on the testimony of another.
Sustained.
If you'll turn to page 8, please. 3, 4 paragraphs from the bottom, it begins with the diagnosis of ICD-10/DSM-5. Doctor, were you ever contacted by Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital regarding Maya Kowalski's diagnosis of complex regional pain syndrome?
Judge, Your Honor, number one, it's been asked and answered. Number two, the same objection a moment ago.
Overruled, he can answer that question.
Not to my knowledge, I was not contacted.
And during this period of time, while Maya Kowalski was in the hospital, you were a board-certified pediatric neurologist.
Correct.
If you had been contacted, would you have agreed to consult with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
I would, given, the administrative requirements that kind of, I wasn't on staff at Johns Hopkins, but if asked, I could have done that.
If that impediment had been cleared regarding privileges at the hospital, would you have been willing to consult?
Correct. Yes.
And if Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital had asked you for your opinion as a pediatric neurologist regarding the appropriateness of a diagnosis of complex regional pain syndrome, what would your opinion have been?
Objection on a lack of foundation. It's an improper hypothetical. This witness has not been proven to have any knowledge of the circumstances at that later date.
Let's just keep it to the legal basis. Overruled.
I'll try to re-ask it. I won't do it perfectly, but if Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital had contacted you as a pediatric neurologist with a treating relationship with Maya Kowalski and asked for your opinion as to whether the diagnosis of complex regional pain syndrome was a accurate diagnosis, more likely than not, what would your answer have been?
Yes, it
In
is.
this form, Your Honor, that lack of foundation, lack of predicate. At what point in time?
Okay, well, why don't you re-ask the question with a specific time period?
If,
but otherwise overruled.
Understood. Same question. If you had been contacted after the date of October 20th, 2016, at any time between October 20th, 2016 and January 14th, 2017, what would your opinion have been regarding the accuracy of Maya's complex regional pain syndrome diagnosis?
Objection, Your Honor, lack of predicate. No indication whatsoever.
Speaking objection.
I'll be happy to approach.
Okay, I don't need an approach. Overruled. You can answer the question, Doctor.
Your Honor, maybe approach.
Not on that question.
Yes, I would agree that complex regional pain syndrome was the correct diagnosis.
Your witness.
Good morning.
Good morning.
May it please the court.
Ma'am.
When you saw Maya Kowalski in February of 2016, is it true that you had no objective evidence of CRPS yourself?
Just my examination, but yes, correct.
Okay. So you never diagnosed CRPS in this patient, correct?
I assumed the diagnosis of CRPS.
Okay. You assumed it was correct because that was what you were given by history.
That and the history and the limited exam that I was able to do, yes.
But you had no objective findings to support that diagnosis yourself, correct?
Correct.
And you told us before, when you visited with my partner, that there are certain findings of CRPS, correct?
There are certain findings associated with CRPS, but
Right.
they're not diagnostic.
They're not pathognomonic for CRPS. What does pathognomonic mean?
It means that they're the abnormalities that you see associated with a disorder.
But they could be associated with other disorders.
Correct.
Okay. And so there's nothing that's indicative of CRPS. There are symptoms and signs that may point toward it.
Correct.
Okay. And when you examined this patient in February of 2016, you could find no evidence consistent with CRPS at that time, correct? Other than the pain.
Other than the pain, and she did have dystonic posturing of her feet sitting in the wheelchair, but
Where is that in your record?
it's not in my record.
Isn't that a significant finding that should be in your record if it exists?
Yes. But I also, this is one of the problems with modern medicine and charting. We were using a scribe at that time, and so the scribe is supposed to take down things from the discussion. And so it wasn't put in the note. There's a standard template, and if they hit the standard template, they're not going to do it.
That scribe is supposed to take down what you tell him to take down, correct?
Correct.
And so you didn't tell him to take down posturing of the feet.
I can't remember specifically if I did or not, but I mean, I specifically recall that.
Isn't that why we have medical records, so we don't have to trust memories?
But records aren't infallible, right?
They're not infallible, they're summaries, but they're supposed to contain significant findings, correct?
Objection.
I agree.
The objection's overruled, the answer stands.
So when you saw this patient in February, you didn't find any indication of changes in her skin color?
Correct.
You didn't find any indication in changes in the thickness of the skin?
Correct.
Or shininess of the skin?
Correct.
Or changes in her nail beds?
Correct.
Or changes in color of the skin?
That is correct.
Okay. And that's why you told us before that you didn't find any objective evidence yourself. You took the diagnosis from the mother, correct?
Based upon previous evaluations from other physicians as well.
Did you ever see their records?
Can the witness please be allowed to answer the question?
I have not received the record.
I'll be more careful, Your Honor. I apologize.
Thank you.
Did you see any other records?
No.
When did you review the records of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
I have not.
You never reviewed the records of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
I was never requested to review records from Johns Hopkins. Never provided to me.
I see. Who have you spoken with from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
No one that I can recall.
Have you seen any records of this patient's care at any point, other than this morning on the monitor, other than your own?
No.
So, if I'm understanding this correctly, you've never seen any records from All Children's Hospital, correct?
Correct.
You've never seen any from Lurie's Children's Hospital.
Correct.
You've never seen any from Tampa General Hospital.
Correct.
You've never seen any from Dr. Kirkpatrick.
Not that I can recall.
You've never seen any from Dr. Hanna.
No.
You've never seen any from Dr. Spiegel.
No.
And you've never seen any from subsequent admissions to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Then on what do you base an opinion what this child's diagnosis was between October of 2016 and January of 2017? Did you ever see her during that period?
Objection. It's multiple questions.
Well, I meant for the first to be a statement to predicate the question.
Objection to predicate.
Folks, you asked what was it based on. That is the question that stands, and you can answer that first question.
So what was based on was the history from the mother primarily and her physical condition.
No, sir. I'm sorry. I didn't make myself clear.
Okay.
That's what your diagnosis or what your record was based on when you saw this patient in February of 2016, correct?
Correct.
You just told counsel a few minutes ago that you thought the diagnosis of CRPS was correct between October of 2016 and January of 2017.
Correct.
You never saw her during that period, did you?
That is correct.
You never saw any records from during that period, did you?
No.
Then you have no basis for that opinion, correct?
Objection.
Overruled, you can answer the question.
The nature of complex regional pain syndrome is that it does not typically just get better. So if she was still experiencing symptoms and signs during that period, then it's likely, most likely, that complex regional pain syndrome persisted throughout that time period.
But you have no information about what signs or symptoms that she was experiencing during that period, correct?
Objection. Ask and answer.
Overruled, he can answer that question.
I don't have any objective data.
And you personally never made a diagnosis of CRPS in this patient, correct?
I agreed with the diagnosis.
That's correct.
Correct.
What was my question, sir? Did you personally ever make a diagnosis of CRPS in this patient?
No, I did not.
When you saw this patient in 2016, in February 2016, the history you were given was that Dr. Kirkpatrick had made the diagnosis in August of 2015 in Tampa. Is that right?
Correct.
And we covered this briefly, but I want to emphasize it by asking you whether you ever got any history from the mother, or anybody else for that matter, that this child had spent time at Tampa General Hospital, or what the diagnosis there was.
I don't recall specifically, but I don't think so.
You never got any information from All Children's Hospital, period, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't know that a pediatric neurologist had seen Ms. Kowalski in the summer of 2015 at All Children's Hospital. You didn't know that, did you?
No, I did not.
And you didn't know she had been to Lurie's Children's Hospital to be worked up for her pain at that time, back in the summer of 2015. Is that right?
Yes, I don't have any recollection of that.
But going back to your visit in February of 2016, you were told by the mother, could we put that up? I'm sorry, I didn't give you a reference. You don't know what I'm talking about. Sorry. 1039-0016. So if we track through the history you were given here, you were told that Dr. Kirkpatrick believes the RSD was caused by a right ankle injury.
Correct.
And then you were told she had a ketamine treatment in September that improved symptoms for 6 days.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
And then the symptoms came back.
Correct.
In fact, her symptoms then recurred and were worse than before. Is that the history you're given?
Correct.
All right. And then over the next month, her condition worsened to the point where she could not eat or drink and was constantly in pain.
Correct.
Might a doctor conclude from that the ketamine didn't work?
Well, unfortunately, that's the nature of ketamine. Even when they do ketamine comas, it tends not to last. So some of the studies have shown that it will last up to 12 weeks, but mostly it doesn't persist that long.
You mentioned before that you tried to find someone in your orbit of referrals who did ketamine comas.
Correct.
You couldn't find anybody.
Correct.
Had you ever even heard of ketamine coma for CRPS to that point?
I was aware of ketamine comas being tried for painful conditions, but I didn't ever know of anybody being treated with it before.
Okay. And had you ever heard of a 9-year-old child being subjected to a ketamine coma for CRPS up to that point in your practice?
No, I had not.
Do you use ketamine to treat CRPS?
I don't treat CRPS typically, and I have not used ketamine for that.
Okay. Why not?
Well, for one, it's a very potent anesthetic, so it requires, that you're aware of all the potential side effects and have the ability to be prepared catastrophic events should they occur with the administration. So that's usually done in a hospital setting. So you have to have a hospital that's willing to do that or allow you to do that. And you have to have the other expertise from anesthesiology or intensive care physicians to be able to monitor the patient during the time that the coma is occurring. So it takes, a team of people and the proper facilities to do that. So that's why I tried to find out if anybody would be willing to do it, but there was no, and it's also not currently an FDA approved procedure, so they were reluctant to do any of that.
Okay. And is one of the problems that you run into with ketamine withdrawal symptoms?
You can't have a with
Outside the scope.
Oh, you can answer. You can answer.
well, typically any of those types of medications you can have withdrawal from. Yes,
That's well known, right?
correct.
So let's go back to 1039-16. And we covered that her symptoms recurred worse after the ketamine she received in September of 2015, according to the history here. And then it says over the next month, her condition worsened to the point where she could not eat or drink and was constantly in pain. I apologize, we've covered that. And she was on several pain medications: gabapentin, Dilaudid, Tramadol, Valium, hydrocodone, Dilaudid, morphine, and several others with no improvement, correct?
Correct.
And that was when she got referred for this ketamine coma by Dr. Kirkpatrick, correct?
As far as I understand, yes.
And then she related having had an IVIG treatment and she told you that she thought that was effective, correct?
Correct.
And in point of fact, that is why you chose to treat this patient with IVIG, correct?
That is partially the reason. The other thing is whether or not it was an appropriate treatment for her symptoms and her condition.
And you felt it was?
Yes, I did.
And it was basically a situation where you were trying the treatment to see if it worked for her?
Correct.
Okay. And did it?
By reports, it did, yes.
She got better?
She improved. She never got to where she was back to normal functioning.
Okay. But you understood that she got better and then she relapsed, if you will.
Correct.
To the point where the mother wanted to increase the frequency of the treatments.
I don't think that she relapsed. It was a matter of they saw effectiveness and then it waned. And then she had another treatment and she had improvement again.
So during this period when she was getting these treatments, she was getting them as an outpatient, correct?
She started as an inpatient and then we switched her to outpatient
Right.
therapy.
And you wrote a prescription for her to get the IVIG IV, correct?
Correct.
Did you know that she was an infusion nurse?
Yes, I did.
Did you know she worked for Corian?
I didn't know who she worked for, but I did know she was an infusion nurse.
Yeah, I know we approach.
Thank you.
Who did you understand would be giving the outpatient IV treatment to this young lady?
I think it was arranged through a company called Quorum.
Let me ask you a couple of questions about your findings when you examined this child in February of 2016. And I'd ask you to refer to, I asked my assistant, my helper over here, to put up 1039-18. We talked about what findings you didn't have consistent with CRBS. We haven't talked about what findings you did have with respect to your physical examination on this patient on the only visit you saw her, February 12th of 2016. She was denying joint pain and joint swelling?
Correct.
And joint redness or sports injury, correct?
Yes, as far as I can recall.
And she was using a wheelchair?
Correct.
And she denied anxiety, depression, developmental delay, behavior problems, mood changes, and inpatient admits.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
And she had a complaint of eczema. What is that?
It's an inflammatory skin condition which causes lesions and a typical pattern, usually red, scaly, cracked.
You didn't find any of that this particular day?
I did not.
Okay. And then generally she appeared well, appropriate for age, but appeared to be in pain and was moaning throughout most of the visit, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now I'll skip the head, eyes, nose, mouth, neck, lungs part of this, as well as the heart and abdomen. All that was normal.
Correct.
And then you found that her muscle bulk and tone were normal for age?
Correct.
And then if we go over to 19, it looks like you found with the motor examination, with skipping over some other normal stuff here, that in the motor exam for strength, you note that she had muscle bulk, tone, and strength are normal, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were able to perform a deep tendon reflex examination, correct?
Yes, but she was not comfortable with doing that.
She wasn't very happy about it?
No.
And if I'm understanding your testimony correctly, this was the only time that you personally saw this patient?
That is correct.
Check my notes here, Doctor. I may be through.
I'm sorry?
I said, let me check my notes here for a moment. I may be through.
All right.
And so you personally never saw this patient after February of 2012?
Not to my knowledge, no.
I believe that's all I have for now. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Barr, was Maya Kowalski's history and physical consistent with complex regional pain syndrome?
Yes.
And although challenged on this point, dystonia is an objective sign of complex regional pain syndrome, is it not?
Yes.
And whatever your scribe took down, you observed dystonia on that visit in February 2016.
Yes.
There is no definitive way to diagnose complex regional pain syndrome. Is that true?
Objection, Your Leading, Your Honor. Overruled on that question.
Can I answer?
You can answer.
Okay. There's guidelines that are established, but there's no definitive test for complex regional
The
pain.
jury's familiar with the guidelines. Are you referring to the Budapest guidelines?
Yes, correct.
And the Budapest guidelines are a constellation of symptoms, are they not?
Symptoms and signs, yes, correct.
All right. So, counsel focused on the fact that many of the symptoms that would lead to an initial diagnosis of complex regional pain syndrome, which Maya Kowalski received in September 2015, were no longer present during your exam in February of 2016.
Correct. Not that I elicited, yes.
And you were aware, based on Beata's relation of the history, that she had already undergone ketamine treatments, both by Dr. Kirkpatrick and in Mexico on 2 occasions.
Correct.
So, is complex regional pain syndrome a fluid disease, meaning symptoms wax and wane?
Correct.
The fact that many of Maya Kowalski's initial symptoms that led to the diagnosis of CRPS in 2015 were not present on your examination in 2016, would you agree that that's evidence that the ketamine treatments by both Dr. Kirkpatrick and Dr. Cantu had had a positive effect on Maya Kowalski?
Object to leading.
I sustain that one.
What is your assessment of the fact that many of the constellation of symptoms were no longer present during your exam in February 2016 after her initial ketamine treatments?
I'm sorry, I don't know that I understand what you're asking me.
Let me slow down. You've already testified that the symptoms, the signs, complex regional pain syndrome wax and wane over time.
Correct.
If a patient is diagnosed 6 months to you seeing them and then receive a subsequent course of treatments, is it surprising to you or not that some of those symptoms might not be present during your examination?
It's not surprising. The hallmark of when we treat a patient is we have an observation, we institute a treatment, and then we reevaluate. And so what you would like to see is that there's improvement when you do an intervention like that. And that should guide you on whether to proceed or whether to try something else.
You testified that you agreed with the diagnosis of complex regional pain syndrome. Did I hear that?
Correct.
What would happen in your practice if you refuted a diagnosis of complex regional pain syndrome, but billed for services for complex regional pain syndrome?
Object to form, Your Honor. Lack of predicate and compound.
He hasn't finished the question yet. Why don't you re-ask the question?
Doctor, what would happen in your practice if you refuted the diagnosis of complex regional pain syndrome and then submitted treatment bills for the treatment of complex regional pain syndrome?
Objection, Your Honor. Will you approach?
Sure. Sustained.
Dr. Barr, you don't typically work with ketamine,
No, I do not.
and you don't claim to be an expert in ketamine,
I am not.
and you would defer to the anesthesiologists or pain management physicians that provided that drug.
Correct.
Did you ever see in your interaction with Maya Kowalski or the phone calls to your office anything that caused you concern over Beata's ability as a parent?
No.
Also conclusion from the patient, from the witness. No question.
Mr. Court Reporter, let me have that question again, please.
Did you ever see in any of your interaction with Maya Kowalski or the phone calls to your office anything that caused you concern over Maya Kowalski's ability as a parent?
I'm going to overrule the objection. He can answer that one.
I did not. She was a very concerned patient, not untypical of other parents that are dealing with a child that has a severe and difficult to treat disorder.
Thank you for your time, Doctor.
Mr. Hunter.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, do you have any questions? Let's write it down. The attorneys can approach. Hey, doctor, there's a number of questions that the juries have. I'll tell the jury I'm not going to be able to ask all of them, but most of them. Doctor, you said ketamine has withdrawal symptoms. Please clarify.
Well, ketamine, when we talk about anesthetic agents and anesthesia-type agents, many of them have withdrawal symptoms because they activate receptors within the brain. And so ketamine has action at NMDA receptors on neurons, which blocks overstimulation, right? So it prevents pain from being perceived. It also has some mild effects on mu receptors, which are opioid receptors. But if you have extensive use of ketamine, you can have withdrawal. It's not unusual with even single-use ketamine that they can have this twilight effect after a procedure, right? So that's one of the common things we see, but it's not a persistent problem. It lasts for a couple hours and goes away at the most. If you have extensive use of ketamine, then you can have other types of withdrawal symptoms, more characteristic nausea, shaking, increased heart rate, those types of things. But it's not typically seen with ketamine use.
Next question. Does ketamine have FDA listed withdrawal effects that will always occur or only possible withdrawal effects?
When we look at the types of adverse events or withdrawal effects that you have from medication, they're listed based upon occurrence. So there has to be a certain percentage of people that experience those withdrawal symptoms for them to be listed. And so it does have some known withdrawal symptoms, but any medication has potential for having some type of adverse event.
Can a person getting a ketamine treatment have no withdrawal effects?
Yes.
The next question, what treatments did you prescribe for your pediatric patients with CRPS?
The hallmark of treatment for CRPS is pain control and therapy, primarily physical occupational therapy, and keep them moving. Because of the pain, they tend not to want to move. That exacerbates other symptoms. And you want to try to reestablish normal nervous system functioning. And so to do that, the hallmark is non-narcotic pain control, typically, and then the physical and occupational therapy. But there's other therapies that have been suggested, and ketamine is one of the treatments that can be used for CRPS.
Were the treatments you prescribed for the pediatric patients successful?
Unfortunately, they were not for the majority of people. The people, for one reason or another, this with conservative therapy, the physical therapy and pain control, you hope that the patient improves. So we don't have a therapy that we can give to somebody and say that they're going to improve. So you have to try multiple things depending upon how they do. So there's not one thing, but most of the time you hope that the symptoms go away because we don't have a cure for it.
Did you prescribe opioids for your pediatric patients with CRPS?
I do not typically prescribe opioids. If they have severe pain, sometimes I'll give them as a kind of an escape. So if it's so bad that they've done their regular things, therapy, mental projection imaging, those types of things, and their typical, Tylenol, Advil doesn't work, and they're having severe pain, they sometimes would give them a mild pain reliever such as tramadol or one of the lower opiates that has less potential for addiction.
And the follow-up to that question is, if you do not prescribe opioids, why not?
Well, typically with this type of neuropathic, or what we call nociceptive pain, they're not very effective. And because they have when you have somebody with pain and you give them something to take for pain and it doesn't work and they still have pain, they try to take more. So you have a high potential for abuse and addiction. So it's generally not recommended that we use opioids for treatment.
The report states, quote, able to walk but in a wheelchair, end quote. Did you request the patient to walk during your evaluation, or did the patient state she could walk?
I tried to get her to stand, but she was unable and reluctant to, but it was stated that she was able to walk.
This is from another juror. You mentioned withdrawal symptoms from ketamine. Is there a risk of physical addiction?
There is, as I said, there is a risk of addiction. It is a drug that is abusable. And so those are things that you always have to keep in mind. And anytime, the longer that you're exposed on a regular basis to a medication, the higher the rate, higher the likelihood of developing an addiction.
The next question is, doesn't almost any pain management run a risk of psychological dependence?
Well, psychological dependence is something that we've been paying closer attention to in the last probably 10, 15 years. So there always is a risk from a psychological standpoint that someone will become dependent on medication, whether or not it has physical withdrawal effects. So that's always a worry that you have to keep in mind with any of these drugs.
And for the jury, the last question I cannot ask. Okay, plaintiffs, any further questions based on the jury's questions? Actually, it's Mr. Whitney was the...
May I ask a question?
It's Mr. Whitney's witness.
Should be done soon.
Oh, it's fine.
The hallmark of CRPS treatment is pain control with PT and OT.
Correct.
But primary on that is you have to control the pain.
Yes.
Overruled.
Correct.
If you don't control the pain, you can't do the rest.
Correct.
All right. You never, by history or examination, you never saw any withdrawal effects in Maya Kowalski?
None.
You never saw any physical addiction in Maya Kowalski?
None.
You were aware by this time that she'd been on some ketamine, then off for a period of time, then on some ketamine, and off for a period of time. Anything in the history or reports to indicate any concerns to you over withdrawal or addictive effects?
No.
And with regard to monitoring withdrawal effects or addiction, you would defer to her treating physicians who are providing these treatments?
Yes, I would.
Nothing further.
Hold on a second, Mr. Hunter. I think Mr. Whitney...
Are you aware that the literature on physical addiction, it was with respect to street use of ketamine?
Objection, Your Honor. He's
I know
making
that-
reference to literature. He's making reference to literature without
Sustained.
proper impeachment.
Are you aware whether or not the risk of physical addiction is with street use of ketamine?
Typically, that would be where you would see it. You wouldn't expect it in a monitored treatment protocol by a physician.
Thank you.
Mr. Hunter, any further?
Just briefly, Your Honor, I hope. Please score.
Do you, well, first of all, do you treat pediatric CRPS yourself?
Yes.
Okay. So you treat it yourself. Do you refer any of those patients?
I would evaluate them and make the diagnosis, and then we would institute treatment. If the treatment is unsuccessful, then we would seek additional help.
Do you use, sorry, these are new lips. Do you use hyperbaric oxygen for CRPS?
I have not used hyperbaric oxygen for CRPS.
Ever heard of that?
I've heard of it, yes.
Is it FDA approved?
It's FDA approved for a number of things. I think, I'm not sure if CRPS is on there.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Members of the jury, do any of you have any further questions? Okay, I see no hands. May this doctor be excused at this time?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Sir, you're free to go. Okay, members of the jury, a couple of housekeeping items. If you want to pull out a clean sheet of paper, I'm going to give you a couple of dates. Just make sure it's not one that has any of your notes on, so just make it pull out a clean sheet of paper. Okay. These are dates that I know that we will not be having you in. Next Friday, October 6th. So we will not be asking you to come in on October 6th, which is next Friday. We will also not have you come in on Wednesday, October 18th, all day. So that day will not be a date that you will be reporting. Friday, November 3. I will tell you most likely November 2nd, but I can't definitively tell you 100% that November 2nd is a day that you won't be in. So October 6th, October 18th, and October 3rd.
November 3rd.
I apologize. October 6th, October 18th, and November 3rd. Okay. So that means next week we will be here, or you'll be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Next week. Now, in a moment, I'm going to release you for lunch. I'm going to ask that Deputy Coley, if you could have them back ready to go at 1:40. 1:40. Members of the jury, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information.
All rise for his exiting.
Have a good lunch. Okay, everyone, please be seated. The jury is out of our presence. In a moment, we're going to leave. I'm going to ask the attorneys to be back at 1:10, so we're going to take 1 hour. I would ask that the witness that we're going to need to do the proffer, that it's a she, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
that she be on our Zoom at 1:10, and then I'll let her in at 1:10. Are there any issues we need to discuss before we go on our break?
Just if they have the actual document, they were going to narrow that one document that belongs to that witness, if they have done that.
I can tell you that, trial exhibit 278111 and, no, that's not it. Hold on. I've just got a couple, having gone through it.
Will you be able to tell Ms. Crowell in the next 2 or 3 minutes?
Yes. I'm sorting through them.
Anything else before we go to lunch?
No, Your Honor.
Is it possible to have Mr. Reyes be a participant in the Zoom with the witness to share documents?
Yes, but Mr. Reyes needs to get the participant link from my assistant and the email and all that, so you need to contact her. Okay? Because as a reminder, my intent is I'm going to place the Zoom feed onto the big feed, which means you're not going to be able to demonstrate or show anything using the monitors, and it's going to have to come via Zoom. Okay, anything else?
No, not right now, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll be in recess until 1:10. Be seated, everybody. Before we start with, am I getting echoes? Yeah, I'm getting echoes. For Mr. Reyes and Mr. Cottrell, you really turn your volume all the way down. I know you're muted, but is this going to be a problem? Are there any issues we need to? I need mic. Thanks. Okay, I'm going to have IT come and try to figure out. Was that your feed that was causing the problem?
I just had to switch out from the court's speakers to mine, and should be done.
Okay, Ms. Boland, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Great.
Judge, before we start, well, I guess we can worry about this afterwards. There's a series of texts that we're going to be moving into evidence, but we can do that afterwards.
Judge, I don't know anything about text, series of texts.
Or Facebook messages.
Oh, you're talking about
The same, yes.
Okay.
And only the parts by Fiata, not the responses. I don't have an exception for the responses.
Well, this is your proffer, so Ms. Boland, hold on a second. I think we figured it out. We're getting reverb on. We're running Zoom, but I think Mr. Reyes figured it out.
We're good. I just switched audio inputs. I popped out of yours and popped into mine. It's done.
Well, she can hear me. Can you put something up? Are you able to still broadcast? Share screen?
Let me attempt to share, Your Honor, with your permission.
Yes.
Let me set this here so I can see.
Well,
Because
actually,
host disabled
we're turning this TV on.
We just need you to provide me with privileges to share, because it's currently disabled by the host.
This is?
Oh, great. Ready to put on that monitor for you.
Oh.
You see him roll it in.
Mike, where would I find that? It's not there.
Share screen.
Maybe that's it right there. Now try that.
Yes, Your Honor. Sharing.
Ms. Boland, can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Let's go ahead and take it down.
Yes, sir.
Will there be audio as well, or that's where I'm concerned?
It's only visuals,
Okay.
no audio files.
Thank you.
Let's take the share screen down, please.
Yes, sir. Just a moment.
Now, Ms. Boland, are you currently in the state of Florida?
No, I'm in North Carolina.
Okay. Under our rules, either you need to have somebody there to swear you in, or you can consent for me to do it. But understand, by me consenting, or by you consenting, you are actually agreeing to jurisdiction here in Sarasota County, Florida, if there was ever any type of, Mr. Ray, is your screen still on?
Just press it. Yeah, press the big part of the green.
That's not me, that's somebody else.
There we go. Okay. So, Ms. Bullen, if there was ever any type of enforcement action or perjury action that would actually occur here in Sarasota County, Florida, and you are consenting to jurisdiction here in Sarasota County, Florida, and under that understanding, do you agree that I can swear you in?
Yes, sir.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give is the truth?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and lower your hand. Okay, Mr. Anderson, you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. May I have her on the larger screen, or do you want it like that?
That's how I'm going to leave it.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Megan Boland.
Hi, Ms. Boland. This is what's known as a proffer, where I'm going to ask you questions out of the sight and sound of the jury so that the court can hear your responses prior to your testimony before the jury. Where do you live?
Elizabeth City, North Carolina.
How long have you lived there?
A little over a year.
Where are you from originally?
Colorado.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I am a special education teacher.
And where are you a special education teacher?
I am the department chair and sixth grade EC teacher at Elizabeth City Middle School.
Okay. How long? Well, a little over a year then. You've been
A little over a year.
Okay.
Yep.
Where'd you live before that?
We lived in Lone Tree, Colorado and Highlands Ranch, Colorado.
So Colorado, North Carolina.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to jump to the essence of this. How did you first get to know Maya Kowalski?
My son started a nonprofit when he was 10 years old, and I've been running it ever since. And I run our parent support groups.
Okay. And what is this for?
My son has complex regional pain syndrome, and he started Ferocious Fighters to make sure other kids didn't have to feel as alone as he did.
Okay. And so it's your sons, though, that started it, and
Yes.
but you help every once in a while, I take it. Okay.
I basically run it. He's now 19 and college age, so
Yes.
I'm running it for a long time.
He has more priorities. Okay. So you sent her a care package of what?
So we send out a couple of things. Once a family finds us, we send out a welcome package that has a scarf and cards and ways to get connected, as well as a awareness band. And then when we are able to raise enough funds to get to them, we send out a bigger care package that has a blanket and a t-shirt and a whole bunch of things, a notebook for them to journal in, and a keychain. When Patrick was designing the products, the focus was on a mixture of spreading awareness and being more visible, because they felt like people couldn't see their disability and their challenges, and they weren't taken seriously.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to need to try to keep our answers as brief as we can. I know. It's first. This is your first time ever testifying?
Second.
All right. And so you've already talked about that you have a son with this. So you're familiar with CRPS?
Yes.
All right. So when was the first time you started to talk or text with Beata?
I believe it was around October of 2016.
Okay. But let me show you then, would it refresh your recollection, and actually I'll eventually move this and it's trial exhibit 2781-006 and 007, if we can screen share that.
Just a moment.
Just a little technical issue. We'll be right there. Okay. Would you note the dates on that?
October 30th, 2016.
And above that,
July 16th, 2016.
does that refresh your recollection of perhaps the first time that you had any contact?
Yeah, we must have been talking for more than a couple of years.
Okay.
So it probably would have been a full year prior, because I know that that she had sent a message to our board first, like our board of directors page on Facebook, and I connected with her through there.
Okay. And so over the course of 2016, did you correspond and or talk to Beata Kowalski frequently?
Yes, between the group and occasional messages one-on-one, we spoke and interacted pretty frequently.
When Maya was, when Beata was texting you, would she often give you updates?
Yes.
What was happening? And was she reciting her recollection of what was going on immediately right then with Maya?
It seemed like she was, yes.
And did she discuss in there Maya's pain or other medical condition?
Yeah, we would often talk about what was going on with Maya and the challenges she was having with her CRPS.
Okay, I have a second trial exhibit 2781-012. And if we can bring that one up.
Just a moment.
That's 2781-012 and 013. While they're doing that, if you don't mind, Your Honor, may I read, since the jury's not here, may I just read it?
That's fine.
This is November 17th, 2016 at 8:05 p.m. She's depressed, DT, I don't know what DT is, isolation from her family and friends, bored from being in the hospital for 5 weeks. Her dystonia to feet, legs is progressively getting worse. She's getting weaker all over. She can't pull up her shorts or zip up her shorts anymore. She cannot pick up her right leg up to the knee anymore. It jumps then. She says she's hurting a lot, but no one is doing anything about it. One of the MDs told Jack the, quote, psych is working on the pain in her legs. Can you believe this stuff? Do you recall that now, having heard it?
Yes.
At this point, in November of 2016, that would make it approximately 2.5 months prior to her taking her life. Can you tell us whether you were in phone conversations as well?
I know that we wound up talking on the phone shortly after my son was in the hospital, but I don't know if it was by this date or just before it, because we were dealing with dystonia issues as well in Colorado.
Okay. And so in those conversations, did Beata express to you, again, what her state of mind was, and how she was feeling about what was happening to her?
Absolutely. I mean, she was heartbroken and desperate to figure out how to make it stop for Maya.
All right. And if we've got it up, yeah, I just read it to you. And was it your sense, strike that, have you ever actually met, well, before she took her own life, did you ever actually meet Beata Kowalski in person?
We did not. The one time we were down in Florida, they weren't available to come meet us.
All right. So your knowledge of her is based on I guess these are texts, and your phone calls with her. Is that
Facebook messages and phone calls, yes.
And over the course of the, let's say, 6 months prior to her taking her life, which would put you back in June or July of 2016, approximately how many times do you believe that you called her or she called you?
My guess would be 6 or 7.
Okay. Did it turn out that you were the last person to speak with her before she took her own life?
I don't know if I was the last.
I don't know if I need to place objections on the proper, Judge.
Okay. Well, I'm going to allow the question for the proffer.
Okay.
I don't know if I was the last, but I did speak with her the night before.
Okay. Over the course of this time, did you notice whether Beata was changing, if you will, in her view of life, her view of the situation?
The longer it went on, the more upset she obviously was, and the more hopeless she became that it would ever change.
Okay. So by November, sending this text 2781-012 and 013. Around this time, would you have had a phone conversation with her?
Just right around that time, because Patrick was in the hospital in November for a period of time. So we spoke shortly after he got out of the hospital. So it would have been either right before this or right after it.
Again, how did her voice sound, and from what you could tell over the phone, her demeanor?
I mean, she was in tears. So she was upset and just could not figure out what to do to make it stop.
And so then let's move to trial exhibit 2781-014 and 15. We could pull those up. And they're already up. Good. All right. If you could read that to yourself, or I can read it out loud for everyone. You are absolutely right. They thought I was making her sick. I guess not. She's still sick.
Mr. Anderson, we can all read it.
Yes, sir. Let me know when you read it.
I've read it.
Okay. Now, at around this time, November 17th of 2016, again, when you got an email like this, would it be your pattern and practice to have a phone call with Beata?
We would usually talk on the phone, yes.
And if you can recall the calls after this particular one where she's describing what she believes is the plan over at Johns Hopkins, can you tell us again what you could tell about her demeanor and her state of mind from her voice?
She was angry, and she was sad, and she was desperate. And I don't know how else to say that. Like, she just was really, truly upset and had no idea what to do to help her daughter.
Hope. Was it your sense from the conversation and the text that Beata was giving up hope?
She definitely was feeling more hopeless. I mean, she was doing everything she could, hiring lawyers and spending all of their money. You could tell that there was, stress there, to try to just get their daughter back and get her some care.
All right. And so then, and there may have been other texts, but we'll just talk about those right now. The day or evening of January 7th, 2017, do you recall having a phone call with Beata?
Yes, I do.
And was there any purpose to the call? Strike that. Did you call her or she call you, if you recall?
I think she called me.
Okay. And how did she describe what her state of mind was over the phone?
She just said that they had not even let her hug Maya, and that she didn't feel like it was ever going to end. And she was upset, and she just seemed so hopeless that anything would ever change.
Was she crying during the conversation?
Yes.
And I'm sensing you probably were too.
Indeed.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's all right. Have a drink of water if you've got something there. It's a difficult topic. So, during the conversation, tell us as much as you can recall about what Beata was saying.
She told me about the hearing and that it didn't go as she'd hoped. And that when Maya was leaving, she was crying and she wanted to hug her and she wasn't allowed to hug her. And that they wouldn't even let her touch her daughter. But they had no evidence that anything had ever been done. And that it didn't seem to matter what she did or how long they held her, that nothing was changing. And that she just didn't see a way that they would ever let Maya go.
Did she say that she saw any people or representatives from Johns Hopkins at that hearing?
She didn't mention them to me.
Okay. And then when and how did you find out that she had taken her own life?
In a parents group, another one that we both belong to, someone local to the Florida area posted about it.
Okay. And
that's how I found out.
And your reaction, I assume you've shown us, it's very upsetting. Okay.
Definitely, it's very upsetting. Sorry.
So, that's all right. That's all right. Keep drinking your water. You'll be all right. So after this, we're almost done. After this, were you or did you stay in touch with the Kowalskis at all?
Jack had never really been in our group, so I didn't really have a contact for him. He and I did eventually talk a couple of times. We sent a bereavement card, obviously. But I honestly, losing Beto was really hard on me as a support person.
Mm-hmm. You felt she was a good friend?
I did. I felt like she was a good friend, and my role was to help, and I had not helped her.
And, and what was your specialty again in teaching?
Special education.
So does that require, in teaching special education kids, that you develop a sense of how they are doing, perhaps without them even telling you?
Definitely. And I've been teaching primarily emotionally disturbed children and kiddos with autism for a long time. And so, Yeah, it definitely is something that I felt like I should have been able to tell or to make some kind of judgment on.
Survivor guilt. We understand. So then, in this conversation, can you tell us whether Beata seemed to be, I don't want to use that analogy, really unable to go on?
She just seemed completely hopeless and just like literally there was no hope and nothing was ever going to change. And if
Look back at trial exhibit 2714. Does it state in there why Beata believed, what she believed the plan to be of Johns Hopkins insofar as her?
Judge, okay.
Go ahead.
I guess I'll wait. It's just an improper question. She's asking her to comment on a document written by Beata Kowalski.
Sustained.
And whether or not it says something in it. I mean.
Sustained. Any other questions?
That's it.
Ms. Crowells, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions, Judge, just argument.
Ms. Boland, what I'm going to do is I'm going to place you into the waiting room. We're going to have a conversation outside your presence for a few minutes, so please hang tight at your camera, but it's going to be a few minutes, okay?
Okay. Yes.
The transcript will reflect that Ms. Boland is out of the court's presence and is in the Zoom waiting room.
Plaintiffs move to admit trial exhibit 2781-006, trial exhibit 2781-012, trial exhibit 2781.
The numbers I had were 27816, 7, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Is there anything else?
Yes. No, Your Honor.
Well, first let me hear from Ms. Crowells your position as to those 6 documents.
Judge, they're hearsay. There are conversations she's having with Ms. Boland. They contain hearsay within hearsay. They talk about things her husband told her. They talk about things that she's describing her daughter who she hasn't seen. So she's clearly, the comment within the comment is hearsay, and then the comment, the actual document itself is hearsay. So I don't understand why any of these would come in. They're all hearsay.
What I'm going to ask, I'm going to change the feed. I don't know, Mr. Reyes, if you are able to post for me the 2781006. I'm going to need to do this one at a time. Unless, Madam Clerk, do you have them pulled out right now? Or
I've got the 3 of them if you want, Judge.
Well, there's 6.
6 pages, yes, I've got them.
Maybe the fastest way is I just actually look at the actual official exhibit.
John Wright's published for you.
6.
Yep. There's 6, Your Honor.
I should note for the record that we are not moving in. We would be open to redacting the blue parts which are not spoken by Beata Kowalski, but rather the recipient, in this case the witness.
Judge, the first part is her warning Miss Boland to be careful at the hospital. Same here, Mag, be careful at the hospital. I'm sorry, are you waiting? And then it's just her telling her that they're being accused of Munchausen by proxy. I'm not aware of any hearsay exception this would apply to. It's her sharing information, warning the other person.
Do you have any argument about the 90.803 paren 3, then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition exception.
The only comment that would be possibly that is it's awful nightmare. That's her state of condition. The rest is factual information. It's not state of mind. And to put that in without, I don't think it qualifies. And it's not relevant with respect to what she's sharing with Ms. Boland. And her state of, yeah.
With respect to 2781-006 and 007, I agree with Ms. Crowell's that the texts themselves do not qualify under 90.803 paren 3 exception. There's basically no reference to state of mind in this particular text, so those two will not come in.
Your Honor, I failed to cite a second basis that we have talked about before, and that is 804 paren 2 paren F, statement offered against party that wrongfully caused or acquiesced in the declarant's unavailability, and we would like to apply that to all three, but I'll move to the next one so we can keep going.
We look at it, but
I have some more.
804, what parentheses?
Paren 2, paren F, statement offered against party that wrongfully caused or acquiesced in the declarant's unavailability.
Well, even if that were to apply, it's not. How would you otherwise get it in?
Judge, I think that's like,
Because it's really not talking about any sort of state of mind. At least 6 and 7 isn't.
I understand, Judge, but it is a much similar to the catch-all in terms of breadth, the federal rule catch-all. And I'll tell the court that we have exhausted every research to look for case law to help you on this.
6 and 7 are out. 6 and 7 are not coming in.
Okay.
Let's look at the next series was 12 and 13, in fact?
Yes. We're moving to admit 281-012, 281-014.
did you mean 1-3 as well?
Yes, it's 12 and 13.
Judge, this is Mrs. Kowalski commenting about Maya. So it's not Maya commenting about her state of mind. It's somebody else commenting about Maya's state of mind and her condition. That's not, does not qualify. It's not the speaker's state of mind.
I agree with respect to pages 12 and 13. They do not qualify under either of the exceptions that Mr. Anderson has proffered.
Well, I believe that since she's a minor, that the parents in this situation under the law can be her spokesperson. We don't necessarily have to worry about hearsay if she is, it's a statement by a child with physical, mental, emotional, or developmental age of 16 or less. And if the court finds that there is reliability, and it's for describing child abuse or neglect, sexual abuse, unlawful sex on or in the presence of the child. And in this instance, Judge, it would be as to the child being abused. And that obviously is our position in the case, and that because of this, there is a means under 803.23, to have that have that admitted?
Let
Both of them?
me just remind you, we had a discussion about this the other day. You have not done the statutory prerequisite for child victim hearsay, and so that is not a basis I can consider at this point in time.
We're aware of it.
If you did it, then maybe we could talk about it. But with respect to pages 12 and 13, I mean, Ms. Crowell is right. A lot of this is just factual testimony. I mean, frankly, I think you're going to be able to get it from other witnesses anyway.
Likely, Your Honor.
Yeah.
This is more.
So let's look at 14 and 15.
Or less the predicate for the final questions. Yes, it's the same bases. And again, you would be the first court, if they appealed this, to have made law on this if it ever got that far, because we can't find anyone anywhere that's an appellate decision. Maybe the defense has. But that's as to the 804.2F. As to the 803.3, again, this is a statement of the present, and I made the predicate, state of mind of Beata Kowalski. And state of mind is more than simply a statement of just...
Mr. Anderson, let me cut you off because I'm actually in your camp on pages 14 and 15. So let Ms. Crowell's, knowing that this text is materially different than the other texts. So I'll give you a chance to
Thank you, Judge, because it's not state of mind. It's just her opinions about things that are going on. This is not this is her ranting, if you will, about what the doctors are doing, what the charges are, how good her lawyer is, whether or not Maya has a lawyer. These are factual things. This is not state of mind. This is not, I feel sick. This is, I think my lawyer's good. I wish I hired another one. Maya has an attorney. We hired an appellate attorney. These are factual statements about what they're doing. It's a conversation. It is not state of mind. I can't believe I worked so hard. I'm wasting all my money. This is not the typical state of mind type of comments, Judge, that the rule is meant to encompass. These are her telling her factual things about what's going on. That's not state of mind.
Well, I'm going to allow 14 and 15 under 90.803 paren 3, although the blue boxes on page 15 cannot come in, and the second, what can I do for Maya to get her care package? That would not qualify. So are you able to redact it? And we need to make sure that the clerk's version contains those redactions.
Do we have the tech to do that? Yes, we do have the tech to do that.
Now,
goodness.
So,
Judge, can I ask you to reconsider part of the text on page 2781-015, where she's talking about going broke? We'll have to put our house up for sale. First of all, I think that violates the motion in limine with regard to financial considerations for either party that's been granted. I can't believe you worked so hard to waste all my money. This to me is a 9403 component that even if it's admissible under the hearsay exception, should not be admissible because of that.
Well, I thought about that, but here's the thing, because we have this intentional infliction of emotional distress count where Beata's emotional and mental state is an element, is something that we really need to focus in on, and this is evidence that goes to it. I think it does qualify under 90.803 paren 3. So I think this text string, or just the physical text, not the string, just that one big text, is admissible, and I'm going to allow it. So I will deny the motion to reconsider. Now, was there anything else, Ms. Crowell's?
Yes, regarding the rest of her testimony. and all of the conversations that she had with Ms. Kowalski, I don't believe that those should be admissible with respect to, I mean, it'd have to be very narrow if they're allowed in at all, because she was starting to get into comments that Mrs. Kowalski was making as opposed to her state of mind.
What I can tell you, Mr. Anderson, is I believe some of what she testified to is allowable, and it is closer to what Ms. Quarles is saying, is the more traditional state of mind. I think, Ms. Quarles, unfortunately, you're going to be in the position of having to object contemporaneously, because I don't, as I was listening to her testimony, I don't think there's a way I can craft a bright line rule for what is and isn't admissible without a specific question being asked.
I also object to her, any testimony regarding her son having CRPS, the ferocious fighters that he started, and her backstory regarding to that.
I'm okay with this witness's child has CRPS, and that the child had started a foundation or whatever it is, and then that's how they met up. But that's as far as you can go with it.
The package? Yeah, I can say
No,
the
care
package.
packages, no. We're not doing care packages.
Okay. It would just be
It's just because it
communication.
just explains how Beata found this witness.
With the permission of the court, when we call her formally before the jury, I will instruct her that I need her to answer my very specific questions, and I'll attempt to
And
do
that's fine. Ms. Crowes, is there anything else?
I don't think so, Mitch.
Now, do you all want me to swear her in front of the jury with the same admonition, or do you want me to tell the jury that I have already sworn her?
In the interest of time, probably just tell them.
It's fine.
I'm going to bring in Ms. Boland back. Okay. Can you hear us, Ms. Boland? You're on mute right this second.
Yes, I can.
Okay. Mr. Anderson's going to give you a couple of statements. I need you to
Okay.
listen pretty closely to what he has to say.
Okay.
Ms. Boland, because of the rules of evidence, I have to craft my questions very tightly. So I'll ask you to just answer the question that I ask, and then I will do my best to bring out any more information that I think you are able to relate. Can we agree to do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And also, ma'am, if there is an objection that's raised, please don't answer the question until I have ruled on it and say that you can answer it, okay?
Yes, sir.
Any questions about that before I bring in the jury?
No, sir.
Okay, and what I'm going to tell the jury is that I have already put you under oath and that your testimony is under oath, okay?
Yes, sir.
I have one question, Judge, but I can refresh recollection with 6-7 and 12-13.
I don't have a means to not have the jury see that. You've already gone through that with her.
Yes, I have.
So
yeah, I see your point.
Yeah, let's bring in the jury.
She's available there, but should we do Dr. Spiegel?
No. Because of the logistics of this. Okay, please be seated. Welcome back from lunch, members of the jury.
Thank you.
I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation. You did not receive any information. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I also want to confirm that since you were last with us, you were not approached by anyone about this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And have, since you last were with us, have you seen any media coverage about this case? No. Okay. Now, our next witness is going to be by Zoom. On the screen in front of you, you should see the witness. Is there anyone that cannot see the witness? You all can see the witness?
Yes.
Okay. Members of the jury, before you came in, I have placed this witness under oath, and so she is under oath and will be testifying under that oath. Mr. Anderson.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Megan Boland
And where do you live?
in Elizabeth City, North Carolina.
How long have you lived there?
A little over a year
That's in North Carolina or Elizabeth?
in North Carolina.
Okay. And before that, where did you live?
Colorado,
Were you born there?
I was.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a special education teacher.
Tell the jury a little bit about first, tell the jury a little bit about the education necessary to become a special needs teacher.
I have a bachelor's degree in history and I had a minor in secondary education. And since then, I've taken a lot of postgraduate work to become a special education teacher. I'm licensed to teach 5 subjects in addition to special ed.
So there is a license for that?
Yes.
North Carolina, and you are licensed?
Yes, in both Colorado and North Carolina.
All right. And for approximately how many years have you been doing that?
17.
Okay. How many kids in the class?
It varies depending on the year, but this year I have 25 on my caseload.
Do you have any children?
I do. I have a son who is 19 and a daughter who is 14.
And what is the son's name?
Patrick.
And what is the daughter's name?
Riley.
Now, do either of your children have special needs?
Both of them do. My son has CRPS and a number of other comorbidities, and my daughter has autism.
All right. And so, as a special education teacher, do you develop the ability to read your kids, for lack of a better term, your students, even if they're not telling you out loud or just by voice?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain. Let's
Yes, by voice. Anyway,
you're not to answer that question, man. Wait for the next question.
Okay.
Understood.
Did there come a time? Well, hang on. How did you meet Maya Kowalski, either in person or otherwise?
I met Beata when she applied for membership in our support groups for ferocious fighters.
All right. And what did you do towards assisting her in follow-up to that meeting?
Objection, vague.
I'm trying to not...
Yeah, that one she can answer. You can answer that question.
Okay. I was able to give her membership into our parents group and help her get her daughter signed up to receive a care package from Ferocious Fighters.
And that group is a support group for CRPS victims and their parents?
It's a nonprofit that was started by my son that I have been running since 2014.
All right.
That supports kids with CRPS.
So can you tell the jury about when you started corresponding with Maya Kowalski?
She sent a message to our board group in the spring of 2016.
And did there come a time when, and did you respond for the group?
I did. We started to talk and so that I could get her set up with supports.
Okay. And the relationship, I don't know that you ever met Maya Kowalski in person.
Nope. When we took our road trip to Florida, they were unavailable to join us that day.
And so, over the course of the rest of 2016, can you tell the jury how often you either corresponded with or spoke to Beata Kowalski?
She was an active member of our support community, and then she and I would message out like via Facebook, and also we talked on the phone probably 6 or 7 times over that year.
Just of interest, in those chat groups, are there various remedies or treatments for CRPS discussed?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
That's a yes or no question. You can answer that question.
Yes.
So, again, about how many times would you say that you either spoke to her or corresponded by text?
We spoke probably 6 to 7 times, corresponded by text, probably 3 times that much, and then she was in the group.
So approximately, 18 to 21 times by text?
Yes.
All right. And so through the course of those 6 to 7 phone calls, were you able to, especially with your skill set, for lack of a better term, pick up on Beata's mood of the day, or her how she was feeling, up or down?
I mean, we usually spoke for an extended period of time, and I could definitely tell if she was having a good day or a bad day.
Were these a quick, hi, how are you, did you get this? Or were these more in-depth, long conversations?
They were typically more in-depth, long conversations.
Did you learn a lot about her?
I learned a fair bit about her as a mom, not probably personally, but as a mom.
And so over the course of the rest of 2016, you continued the relationship up until January of 2017. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And I'm going to show you what's been marked into evidence as Trial Exhibit 2781-014, and it's a text. May we publish?
You may.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Okay, overruled.
Do you recognize this text?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so how did you read this text in terms of purpose?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Okay, sustain that question. Wait for the next question.
In this, and in your phone conversations, leaving this aside, did Beata Kowalski indicate that she believed that she was being retaliated against?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading. And
I'm going to overrule the leading. You can answer that question, ma'am.
Yes, she talked about it and wrote about it in this text message, or in this Facebook message.
Did she explain why?
She had been
objection,
very...
Your Honor. Hearsay as to any explanation.
Present state of mind.
Overruled. You can answer.
She was very upset by how Maya was treated when she was in the ICU, and had voiced that she was planning to move forward with a complaint. And then all of a sudden there were these accusations, and they took Maya away. So yes, she felt like they were retaliating.
So going back in her conversations, did she relate to you that she had been in contact with her daughter?
After they took her, after a while, Kyle and her dad were able to see Maya, but she had a lot of difficulty even getting her supervised phone calls set up.
And through either text or phone, were you able to learn that she was aware of Maya's status physically?
Objection. It would be based on hearsay.
That's
I'm going to sustain that. Wait for the next question, ma'am.
And over the phone in November, did she seem to be upset about her daughter for specific reasons?
She was very upset. Maya was not getting care according to what she said. And she was just being held there. And as a mom, there's nothing worse than knowing your
Objection,
kid.
Your Honor, as to any opinions by the witness.
You've answered the question, ma'am. Let's wait for the next question.
Okay. So, did there come a time then on January 7th,
Can you
2017?
take this exhibit down?
Yes.
Next page, or?
Yes, well, maybe they should read the whole thing. Leave it, they can read it later. Did there come a time that you spoke with Maya Kowalski on January 7th, 2017, before she took her life?
I did speak with her after the hearing, and so I assume that makes me one of those people that spoke with her before she took her life. Yes.
You don't know of anyone else in particular that spoke to her?
No.
What was her state of mind at that point?
She was really upset.
Okay. More so than usual, obviously.
Definitely more so than usual.
Did she seem, from the tone of her voice and what you could discern from her, that she had given up hope, or was in the process of giving up hope?
She had given up hope. Absolutely.
From the conversation, did she express anything more about why she had reached the point of no hope?
She shared that Maya was crying in the hearing, and that she just wanted a hug, and they wouldn't let her even hug her daughter. Mm-hmm. And she said that she didn't see a way that this would ever end, and that she just could not see a way to continue fighting, because no matter what she did, nothing helped Maya.
All right, I know this is difficult then. The record reflects she took her life sometime the evening of January 7th or early morning of the 8th. When was the first time that you heard that she had taken her life?
I don't know if it was that day or within the next day or two. I just saw a post in another parents group where someone local had heard about what happened.
How did that affect you?
Objection, Your Honor. Unfortunately, not relevant to how it had affected her.
I'm going to allow the answer. You can answer, ma'am.
It was really hard.
Go ahead. You can answer.
I was in a position where I was there to support and to help parents, and I definitely felt like I failed to help her see that there was another way.
But you're not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, are you?
No, I'm not.
It's all right. And was she a good friend to you?
Yes, she was.
Your witness.
Ms. Crowes.
No questions, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, do any of you have a question for this witness? If so, go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any. May this witness be excused at this time?
She may.
Okay. Ma'am, thank you for being here. I'm going to place you outside of the courtroom, okay?
Thank you.
And And let's go to your next witness, please. Plaintiff.
Plaintiff's call, Dr. Alan Spiegel.
Stand here, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Come around this way. And now you can have a seat on the witness stand there.
Please state your name for the record.
Alan Mark Spiegel, MD,
Where do you live?
Palm Harbor, Florida,
How long have you lived there?
39 years.
Are you a lifelong Floridian, or?
No, I'm a New Yorker by trade.
I don't think we found one yet.
Moved down here for better weather and better life.
Right. And what do you do for a living?
I'm a neurologist.
Now, give the jury the benefit of a little bit of your background, training, and experience towards where you are now, beginning with either undergrad or med school, whatever you're comfortable with.
Went to college, University of Vermont. Went to medical school, University of the East in the Philippines. Coming back to the United States, I did my internship at New Rochelle Hospital in New Rochelle, New York. I then did a residency in neurology at the State University of New York, Downstate Medical Center. From there, I moved down to Florida almost 39 years ago, and I've been practicing medicine locally in Palm Harbor since.
Now, can you tell the jury do you know a lot of anesthesiologists?
Yes.
Fair number. Can you tell the jury the difference in the approaches between a neurologist and an anesthesiologist? And I'm orienting you more towards treating disease rather than injury.
Neurologists do a lot of the workup in trying to find the causes of the disorder, doing a lot of the testing, doing a lot of the initial workup. Then we send them over to pain management to treat.
Okay. And that would be the anesthesiologist?
Anesthesiologist.
So is there a difference there in terms of the not only job, but kind of the view of how you get people better between the two?
Yes.
And so I want to talk to you a little bit about your experience with CRPS. And you have a unique treatment that you've come up with, or is it unique anymore?
Yeah, it's unique.
All right.
It's hyperbaric oxygen therapy.
And can you explain to the jury first your experience with CRPS, and then I want to get into the hyperbaric therapy.
In training in neurology, we're cognizant of certain disorders such as CRPS. It's a unique disorder, extremely hard to treat, extremely painful. There's no one clear, discernible method of treating. The disorder itself encompasses, I'm sure you've gone over this before, the symptoms that I look for personally are one of the hallmarks to me is something called dysesthesia, or they call it neuropathic pain. Another term is causalgic pain. Basically, what this is just exquisite pain, tenderness to light touch of the limb that's affected, or limbs that's affected. The simple touching with just your finger lightly while eliciting no real firm impact on the area can elicit severe pain that lasts well after the stimuli touching has resolved.
And is this a periodic? Does it change day to day? This type of this symptom?
It can vary from time to time.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit more about the HBOT, the hyperbaric. Tell the jury how it came about that you developed this treatment.
First explain what hyperbaric therapy is.
You sure can.
Okay. You and I are breathing room air, which is 21% oxygen. When you're doing hyperbaric therapy, you're lying on the bed, enclosed in clear glass, breathing 100% oxygen under increased pressure. That causes your body to be saturated with 8 to 10 times more oxygen you currently have now. That turns oxygen into a drug. Oxygen as a drug does several things. Number one, causes new blood vessels to grow into any part of the body, not getting good blood perfusion, reduces swelling inflammation, improves the immune system, makes your body release 8 times more stem cells from your bone marrow and fat stores to be released throughout the course of the treatment and day. It also makes the white blood cells search out bacteria, viruses, toxins, move after the body as well. It's a treatment that's performed 20,000 times per day, if not more, in the hospitals across the United States. It's an FDA-approved treatment that has 15 FDA-approved diagnoses, including non-healing wounds, diabetic wounds, crush injuries, bone infections that are not healing by antibiotics. It's also used in people who have had cancer and got treated with radiation therapy. And when you treat the cancer with radiation therapy, you're also reducing the blood supply to the healthy tissue around the tumor. So that area gets what's sometimes called radiation necrosis, decreased blood perfusion to the healthy tissue. So what hyperbaric therapy does, it causes new blood vessels to go into those areas to make it survive and heal. Other methods, other uses of hyperbaric therapy, acute vision loss, acute hearing loss. If I see them within 24, 40 hours, many times I can bring that vision back. I said crush injuries, I believe, carbon monoxide poisoning, and there's a few others, but roughly it's 15 different diagnoses.
So how did it come about you discovered that it works on CRPS, or it makes the symptoms better for CRPS?
That was clearly anecdotal. I was treating a patient that had a very bad wound in the leg, and that's usually a 40-session treatment where we have a wound care specialist who's attending to the wound itself, debriding it, but because there's poor circulation and poor nutrition to the wound itself, it's not healing. They send with hyperbaric, which, as I said a moment ago, does a couple of things here. It increases circulation, it reduces swelling inflammation, and therefore improves antibiotics going to the area of non-healing wound. So I was treating a gentleman with this kind of a problem. And at the end of treatment, the wound healed very nicely, and they turned to me and said, hey, by the way, my CRPS is gone. I had it in my arm, it's gone. And I saw it, if it's coincidental. Didn't think much of it. I said, well, that's interesting. Until about 6 months later, I had another patient, a woman who had another wound in her leg, who was being treated with hyperbaric therapy for 40 sessions. And at the end of treatment, she said, oh, by the way, my CRPS in my arm went away. At that point, that's kind of interesting. So I called up some of the patients that I had initially seen. See, let me back up a second. As a neurologist, we were taught that the first thing you do when you feel someone has CRPS is you value them, and then you send them to the pain management physicians to manage the care thereafter. So I contacted a lot of patients I had sent to some local experts in CRPS, and I said, by the way, are you having, how are you doing? And there was, respectfully, we just,
excuse me?
we have a long narrative here, not responsive to the question.
Yeah, why don't we wait for a question and then you can answer.
Okay.
What was the next event that caused you to believe that hyperbaric therapy would work on CRPS?
There was a second patient, same story, same non-healing wound, same response after 40 sessions of hyperbaric therapy.
And then who did you call, I guess, to find more potential candidates?
My own patients. The patients I had originally seen, diagnosed, and sent off to pain management for treatment.
Did any of them come back in?
Yes, I probably saw about 4 or 5.
Okay. Now, in terms of hyperbaric is a very broad range, it sounds like. But in terms of adults versus kids, does it work equally well?
Yes.
Is there any particular difference in terms of the therapy, leaving aside the psychological kids wanting to do that, but is it pretty much the same treatment for an adult with hyperbaric, for a child with hyperbaric?
Yes.
So how did you first meet the Kowalskis?
I got a call, I think, from Mr. Kowalski. He had evidently done some research, he and his wife done some research looking for other methods of treating CRPS.
And you began with that to take a history of what had gone on with them?
Yes.
And during this history, did they express to you that they were looking for new or substitute therapies for the ketamine treatments that they'd been using?
Object to the leading, please.
Sustain.
What, if any, concerns or options were they pursuing?
They're looking for non-pharmaceutical methods of treating CRPS if possible. And they somehow came across hyperbaric therapy as one of the potential options.
So tell us about the treatment itself. Now, there were some 40 treatments over the course of one summer?
It's 5 treatments per week, for this one of being 8 weeks.
8 weeks. And why is it necessary to do them so close together?
It's important because you are reinforcing, number one, the oxygen saturation, and the mechanism by hyperbaric therapy works by changing neurochemical changes in the body and promoting the decrease in swelling inflammation that hyperbaric commonly does.
During the time you were taking the history, did the Kowalskis, either Jack or Beata, quiz you about its safety and efficacy?
Yes.
And what do they want to know?
You want to know if there's any side effects to this treatment? If there's any contraindications? So there's reasons why someone should not undergo this treatment? The potential for improvement, the potential for failure of improvement, etc.
And were they interested in this conversations, the advantage of not having to worry about drug interactions or putting more stuff in the child's body?
Absolutely.
All right, so what was your impression? Well, I take that back. Did it come a time that you actually met the Kowalskis?
Yes.
And was this during the summer of 2016?
I believe the first visit was on May the 13th, and I think again on the 16th.
And we'll have your records in evidence. I believe they are, but we'll try to do that a little faster. Now, what was your impression of first Beata and Jack Kowalski, the parents?
Concerned, parents, loving, concerned, wanting to do whatever they could to help reduce the chronic pain the daughter was in.
And were they exhibiting any behaviors that you would find troublesome to the point where you would think there was something dysfunctional with this family?
If I or my wife had a child, one of our 3 children, with severe pain such as this,
Judge,
we would have done anything we could to avoid.
Hold on a second, sir. So I'm going to sustain the objection.
Were they appropriate? Did they communicate effectively with you without offense?
Yes.
So you explained this to them, you've testified, and did you perform an examination on Maya?
I did.
Tell the jury what you went through and why.
Went through just a general physical exam, then to look at the different parts of the body. Head and neck were unremarkable.
cranial nerves were under remarkable evaluations. When it came to evaluate the extremities, Maya had good strength in both arms and hands, but it was difficult to assess the legs. She had weakness in the legs, but it's hard to assess weakness in someone with severe pain to light touch. The way we evaluate people in neurology is in order to test muscle strength, you have to ask them to resist you to some degree while you're pulling against each muscle joint. You couldn't touch her. Like touch her legs, she screamed in pain. So whatever had to be done as gingerly as possible. And so it's difficult to 100% test the strength in the legs, but you could see that they had been atrophied and they're non-mobile.
Yeah. And so over the course of your treatment, did it come to your attention that Maya exhibited to you some of the more classic symptoms or signs of CRPS?
Yes.
Did she present in a wheelchair?
Yes.
What, if any, dystonia did you see?
Her feet were turned inward. I didn't know whether that was because of plain weakness or was because of the severity of the pain that she was in.
And did you observe any lesions? Although she's clothed, but did you see any lesions?
I did not see any lesions.
All right. What other? So you've got sensitive to the touch and the dystonia. Any other symptoms that you saw? Did you see swelling?
No, I did not see swelling. I didn't see some of the color change that sometimes occur.
Were those explained to you that they had happened in the history?
In the history from the parents, they informed me that in the past, besides the severe pain to light touch, the weakness in the extremities, it was change in color, change in temperature of the extremities. I don't know if there's swelling. I think there may have been swelling, but I can't recall 100% of that.
Now tell the jury whether if it's your practice to first conduct an examination, an independent examination, before you read all of what other doctors think or after.
I do my evaluation first.
And why is that?
I want an independent evaluation of what's going on, what's there.
And to you, were you able to either confirm or support a diagnosis of CRPS based on the combination of symptoms you did see and a history?
Yes.
Now, are you treating any unusual cases right now?
I'm treating a 2.5-year-old baby, a 2.5-year-old child who was near drowning. The hospital told them because she was near brain dead to shut off all treatment, and the parents chose not to do that.
Your Honor.
And she's now moving. And
sir, sustain that objection.
Predicate. You sustained it. I get it.
Sustain the objection.
Guys got to try. All right. So have you had success with this, with hyperbaric treatment?
yes.
Tell the jury about the statistics on how well you've done overall with all different presentations for hyperbaric treatment.
I've treated over the last 25 years approximately 500 patients with CRPS using hyperbaric therapy. I'll say that 75% of the population that I treat have an excellent response, another 15% of a good response, and 10% not as much response as we like. Now you have to understand when excellent response means reducing the pain to a point that's either gone or it's at such a lower level that's tolerable. These people come in with a level of pain 10 out of 10 many times. If they leave 1 or 2 out of 10, that's a success.
And how many of these patients do you estimate were CRPS patients?
These are all CRPS patients.
And how many again?
500.
Okay. Has this treatment now become, you said it 20,000 times a day it's used regularly in hospitals, but specific to your use, has the treatment been adopted by others? Are other people doing it?
For CRPS?
I don't know, for anything.
Oh, sure. Sure, it's an FDA-approved modality, but there's a lot of non-traditional uses for it. In every other country in the world, it's approved about 75 different diagnoses.
And is it completely safe?
Yes.
All right. Did Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital contact you in October of 2016 to discuss with you any suspicions?
I got a phone call from someone, I don't recall who, and I didn't make a note in my chart.
Then we don't have to talk about it. Okay. Now, did you personally, from your treatment before, after, or during, have any suspicions of conversion disorder as to Maya or Munchausen by proxy by the parents?
No.
Now, do you work with any anesthesiologists specifically?
I work with many of them.
And are there some specialists out there in this area that you regularly refer to?
There's two in the area they're in close proximity to my office, and I've used them over the years. One is Dr. Kirkpatrick, and the other is Dr. Hanna.
And they use ketamine treatments. Are you? Now, between a neurologist and an anesthesiologist in the area of pain control using ketamine, which type of medicine is going to know more?
Would be anesthesiologist or pain management doctor. You may use it interchangeably, I'm sorry.
Okay. So although neurologists might have some knowledge of it, they gained over reading that they don't regularly work with ketamine or infusions.
Your Honor.
What if any systematic use of ketamine do neurologists make?
Rare, if any.
All right, so tell us about how Maya did through the course of this.
She was receiving the hyperbaric therapy from us. She was seeing Dr. Hanna for treatment, and also getting physical therapy through them. She did see our physical therapist a couple of times near the end, and he even noticed that she had some improvement with us getting down on the floor on her knees and being able to do things which she was not able to do beforehand.
So she showed some increase in muscle?
Yes.
And did the patient report that it helped? Or first, did the patient report to you that it seemed to help with the pain or did help with the pain?
I believe she said it did help to some extent. Her father intimated that that he had even noticed, number one, decreased pain. He knows that she was able to transfer from bed to chair to wheelchair and back, etc., much easier without the evidence of as much pain.
Is this covered, though, by medical insurance?
It's covered for the 15 different diagnoses I mentioned earlier, not for CRPS.
So this would be an out-of-pocket expense for that?
Out-of-pocket expense.
A moment. Get any more? Nah. Okay. We'll see it back there. Your witness.
You may.
Hey, good afternoon, Doctor.
How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. You're not board certified in neurology.
No.
Okay. 99.9% of your practice is adults.
Yeah, pretty close to that.
Okay. You do not use ketamine for CRPS, true?
I don't use ketamine at all.
Okay. Because you believe ketamine should be used in a supervised environment that you can't provide. Is that fair?
No, because there's many medications I don't prescribe.
Okay.
It's a lot of the narcotics that the pain management And anesthesiologists, they use routinely, and I choose not to use them because I believe it's better in the hands of people who use it all the time.
You said the diagnosis of CRPS is typically first made by a neurologist, right?
I won't say solely, but it's commonly, yes.
Okay. You did not diagnose CRPS. You relied on the outside providers to make that diagnosis, true?
I made the diagnosis based on my exam findings, along with the history of what I received from the patient's family.
Okay. The patient came to you with the diagnosis of CRPS, isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you about, you said you refer to Dr. Kirkpatrick. You haven't referred a patient to him in over 12 years, have you?
In the last 12 years?
Right.
No, in the prior 12 years I did that.
Right, but in the last decade plus, you haven't referred a single patient to him, have you?
Probably not, because I found hyperbaric therapy to be more efficacious.
You don't refer patients for ketamine comas.
No, it's outside my wheelhouse.
Okay. And you don't, in this case, your work was not referred by Dr. Wassner. You weren't retained by the family from a referral from her doctor, were you?
No.
Okay. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy is not FDA approved for CRPS.
Correct.
Okay. Let me talk to you a little bit about your treatment. And these records are in evidence, so I'll ask to start with Joint Exhibit 1052, 13, please. This is, well, can you identify what this is for the jury, please, doctor?
Excuse me?
Can you identify for me what this is?
This looks like a form that we have patient's family fill out.
Okay, and so this, and we'll enlarge some of this, but this is what the parents of Maya would fill out for you in terms of history. Is that true?
These are, we call a review of systems, not just what was there that day, but what could have been there in the past.
Okay. Doctor, you would see that the parents on behalf of Maya checked that the review of systems was headaches, correct?
Yes.
And then on the right side of the column, there was no cough, correct? At the top, respiratory?
Correct.
And then they checked rash, which was eczema, correct?
Correct.
That's a skin condition that can cause lesions, correct?
Correct.
They also checked under the gastrointestinal, if you go down, Clay, the positives were loss of appetite, constipation, sometime abdominal pain. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then under the nervous system, there was the trouble sleeping, and then you see the weakness, numbness with pain with walking. Is that right?
Yes. Okay.
So it looks like you did your own hands-on evaluation. I'll show you that note just so you're not guessing, doctor. It's at 1052-16. And I'm going to ask you about, this would be the first time that you would have evaluated Maya, correct?
Correct.
You recorded in the second sentence that she presented, but the first consultation was cut short due to Maya's inability to be examined because she was in extreme pain, but when she came back with her dad, she could tolerate the exam. Is that right?
She tolerated the exam. She still could not be touched in the extremities that were involved.
Her pain levels were different when she was with her mom versus when she was with her dad.
No.
That's what you wrote.
That's what's insinuated, but that's not the case. She did have the same pain. Just that you have to understand with CRPS, there's flare-ups on and off throughout the course of a day, week, month. You could have periods of time where there's minimal discomfort, and then the simplest change in environment and things that are going on in one's life can make something flare up.
Just so I understand how this worked, when Maya presented with her mother, you had to cut it short because of her extreme pain. When she presented with her father, you were able to complete your exam. Isn't that true?
Well, in this particular case, yes, I was able to complete the exam, but she was in severe pain when I first saw her the first day, yes.
You wrote about halfway down, she had whole body pain and was a vegetable in bed due to severe pain. Where did you get that from?
From her father.
Let me talk to you about your exam, which is on the next page. You did your own physical exam of the patient, is that right?
Yes.
And as a neurologist, you're looking for signs and symptoms of CRPS, true?
Correct.
Okay. There's no dystonia listed in your chart.
No.
You didn't chart dystonia.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Under the section for lungs, you wrote the lungs have clear breath sounds without rales or rhonchi. There's no signs of asthma at this visit, is there?
No, this visit, no.
Okay. You put under the abdomen is flat and non-tender. That means you were able to push on her stomach?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I didn't go into as much depth with examining a child, which is not my forte. As you know, I'm an adult neurologist, and I'm not a pediatrician. So this is part of my standard template, so to speak. And in the template, that's the way it was. Is I did not formally examine the abdomen, even though it says that I'm an adult neurologist. I don't put hands on children, abdomen, and other areas, particularly when they come for an evaluation in the extremities.
Okay. You did look at her extremities.
Yes.
Okay. And you specifically noted at this appointment no change in temperature or color of the skin, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So at the appointment where you did the assessment, no dystonia, no change in temperature, no color of the skin, and the next sentence says there's no change in the nail bed either. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. The rest of the exam, actually, we'll go to the next page. It looks like at the bottom you discussed with them that this is not an FDA-approved treatment. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you about some more information that you got from the Kowalskis. It's at Joint Exhibit 1052/42. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's listed as medication that she has been prescribed in the past.
Okay. You had asked your patient to bring you a list of current and active medications, right?
Yes.
Okay. These were the list that was provided by the Kowalskis to you about the medications that she was either actively taking or taking as needed. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. If you'll go to, let me ask you, did you prescribe any of these?
None.
Did you refill any of these?
None.
Let me ask you about the next page, 43, the medication list goes on. Any of these medications, did you prescribe any of these?
No.
Okay. You talked about the hyperbaric therapy. I think you said there were 41 sessions, is that right?
They said 40, but
okay.
Either way.
Got it. Was she able to tolerate them all?
Yes.
Okay. There was no point from the increased pressure in the machine that she said that she had to stop.
You don't feel pressure of being treated with hyperbaric. Okay. The only pressure you ever feel is in your ears. You go up in an airplane and the plane ascends or descends, you feel pressure in your ears, and you clear your ears by yawning, swallowing, pinching your nose, trying to exhale. It's identically the same feeling. So once you clear your ears, you have absolutely no bearing that you're under pressure, much like when you're on an airplane.
Right. I guess my question is, they're lying in the machine for, is it 90 minutes each time?
Yes.
And at least going through records, I'm not going to walk you through them all, I promise you. But looking at them, I didn't see any that had to be cut short.
I don't believe so.
Okay. You talked a little bit about the response to therapy. It's actually true. You talked about 3 categories. 75% of patients have this great result. 10 to 15% have a so-so result. and about 10% of your patients have a result that you'd say is not really ideal. Was that sort of what we understood?
Yes.
Maya was in the last category, wasn't
Excuse me?
Maya was in the last category, wasn't she?
I was hoping she would do better than she did. Normally what I have people do is do 40 sessions, take a break. If you do hyperbaric for 40 sessions in a row, you need to take a break. Your body needs time to what we call off gas. So you need time, like 2, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, for the body to not be under oxygen, under pressure, and then you can do more. At that point, I would have had her work with my physical therapist. My physical therapist in my office works with all my RSD patients, CRPS patients.
Did you recommend her to any of your physical therapists?
I wouldn't, because she was currently under the care of Dr. Hannah, and she's being seen by the physical therapist at Florida Spine.
Do you know how often?
I don't know how often, but when we speak to patients and we ask patient and family, we have therapy here, would you like to do here or elsewhere? If they choose to do elsewhere, that's fine, and that was the case. Had she gone on and done more, we would have been happy to then add physical therapy with hyperbaric, which is actually a significant benefit, because when you do physical therapy on someone's CRPS, you are flaring up the pain and the discomfort of the treatment, and immediately after you put them in hyperbaric, it makes it go away. So we were able to build on that. But in this particular case, since she was already in the care of their physical therapist, I did not want to intervene.
But to go back to my first question, under the 3 categories of people who had a great response, those who had an average response, and those who had a sub-ideal response, Maya was in the last category, true?
She didn't do as well as I liked. Okay.
Let me ask you about, you brought her back for an evaluation after you completed the 40 treatments. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. I'll show you that record, doctor. It's at Joint Exhibit 1052-75. And again, let me ask you about your general examination under vital signs. Well, just the general examination section.
Examination was unremarkable.
Unremarkable means normal.
Normal. Let me also mention, temperature is something that, when I say there's no asymmetry of temperature, and in my practice, when I take the temperature, I use my hands. Like if you had a child who you wouldn't have a fever, you put the back of your hand against the forehead and see if they have a fever. I use my hands to see if there's any asymmetry from left to right, etc. The pain management people, they have instruments that can tell exactly what the temperature is. So their answer as to what is present, what's not present, is far more valuable than mine.
Okay, I'm not trying to quibble with you, but you're a neurologist trained to spot signs and symptoms of CRPS, and one of them is a temperature change. At this visit, you specifically documented no change in temperature or color of the skin, right?
Right, to my hand, not due to instrumentation.
Okay. Let me ask you about the last page, which is 1052-76, please. You wrote in your plan, you talked about, you actually recommended after these 40 sessions holding off on further hyperbaric therapy, didn't you?
And seeing her back in a month, yes.
Because you believed with more physical therapy, she could do better and start walking, correct?
With physical therapy and additional hyperbaric therapy, I felt she could do better, yes.
Okay. You specifically said that with those combinations, specifically your therapy, physical therapy, you thought that Maya would be able to get up walking again, true?
I felt she would improve on the status that she was.
Okay. Well, you specifically said she will be able to ambulate.
I said, let's see. Let me read this over. Yes, I did say that.
Okay.
I guess I did have a better feeling that there's a good chance for further improvement, given the fact that she did have some improvement in the number of sessions she did have from us.
And in fairness, doctor, you haven't seen Maya since this appointment of July 19th, 2016, have you?
No.
In terms of what her actual function is today, do you know?
No.
Okay. And your testimony today here, are you being paid by Mr. Anderson?
I'm being paid for my loss of income from my office for today.
Right, but Mr. Anderson's paying you for that, is that right?
I guess so.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you, Doctor.
Doctor, once you make your diagnosis, you don't continue to examine your patient to try to find reasons why your initial impression is wrong, do you?
No.
So after the first visit and you had examined Maya and made your conclusions, it wasn't like every day you came in and had another physical exam for this child. Would that be the situation? And so you didn't try to prove.
I object to the leading, Your Honor.
Just trying to save time.
Sustain the objection.
So did you become aware that there was a reason why they couldn't come back in the fall of 2016?
Yes, I understand that Maya had some abdominal discomfort, went to Old Children's Hospital, and no treatment was given from then for a period of time thereafter. I don't know all the circumstances except what's hearsay.
Okay. When you say in your records that you want her to ambulate, or you believe she will ambulate, these are aspirations, are they not?
Yes.
So we're all hoping, everyone would hope, to find a remedy or cure for CRPS in some way.
Yes.
Thus far, no one's found a cure for
Object to the
CRPS.
leading, Your Honor.
What, if any, cure is there out there for CRPS?
Unfortunately, there is none.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Shapiro?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Members of the jury? Come on down with questions. Okay, Doctor, there are several questions from the jury. What ailments was the hyperbaric chamber originally designed to treat, and what year?
I mentioned them earlier, which is non-healing wounds, diabetic wounds, crush injuries, carbon monoxide poisoning, radiation damage to healthy tissue. Those goes back to like the 1970s. Okay. More recently, in the last 5 years, they added sudden hearing loss and sudden vision loss. Those added, but the hyperbaric therapy goes back at least to the 70s. And if you really want to look at hyperbaric therapy in its origin, it's probably 100 years old. It's the best kept secret in medicine. There is no best. There is this. It treats so many different things. Just the FDA makes the determination what they want to approve and what they won't approve. We're treating military with traumatic brain injury for Iraq and Afghanistan. I've treated 20 of these people. I've treated one that had an ID blast blow up the front third of his brain, and he was hemiplegic, could not move one side of the body for 5 years, and he's now walking and talking. So,
okay, so let's not talk about specific.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Needless to say, it is probably the best kept secret in medicine because Big Pharma doesn't have his hands in it. Okay.
Well, I think you've already answered this next one. I'm going to ask it, but see if there's anything further you need to add. 15 FDA approved uses. I'm assuming as time has passed, more uses were discovered and added to the original approved treatment. Please name a few added.
I just did that a second ago.